Hello everyone! Oh, my volume is slightly... Am I peaking? No, I think I'm actually too quiet. What is happening? Oh, okay, hold on, wait. I see it. Okay, hey everyone, how you doing? Let's throw on the main monitor here. Alright. Hey there, Committee of One, hey there, Intix, hey there, Radio Dwarf. Hope you're all well. I am only minorly panicking. I'm getting all up in my head about feeling like I have to do really well this time around, and I don't want to have that pressure on myself, but it's what I'm putting there anyways, so hopefully that doesn't affect me too much. But I'm really excited to do another Ludum Dare. For those that don't know, I did 2 in a row, Ludum Dare 54 and 55, about a year ago now. And I did fairly well in those. I did the compo both times, and I basically streamed the entire process, which I really like doing. I like the social aspect of it all. But I wasn't able to do the most recent one because I had like a super busy school semester. But now I'm back, and I'm slightly worried that like the time off from doing it has gonna have gotten rid of my actual like working under pressure capabilities, but we'll see how that goes. So, Jam actually starts in 30 minutes. But we're gonna go over the themes, the final themes, and we're gonna try and come up with an idea for every single one. This is how I voted. Oh, let me turn down the music a little bit. So there's a lot here that I don't particularly like. A lot of them from previous voting things. You can't do game jams, can make a game in 48 hours, just can't come up with an idea for one. That's why I always try and come up with an idea for each group of themes before the jam starts. Let me just pull up VS Code here. Okay. So, let's create a new document. So, we have a bunch of different themes. I want to try and block them up into groups, and then create a distinct theme for each of them, right? So, right now, I'd say, like, maybe, like, salvage and strange machines. And maybe even ruins. They could all have some weird, like, repairing old technology vibe going on. Here, I'm actually gonna write them in, like, one at a time. So, reflection, absorb, you are not supposed to be here, playing with fire, tiny creatures, under pressure, mutation, side effects, salvage, shelter, isolation, pathways, descend, lost signal, connections, strange machines and ruins are already in here, salvage is already in here, and break the cycle. Hey there, Trixon, how you doing? Under pressure, I'm thinking either a submarine or something with water pressure. It can also match descend or something time-based. Yeah, those are both really good ones. I'm struggling... Hey there, Carl, how you doing? I'm struggling because I want to make a puzzle game. I've been making puzzle games the last few times, and I've really enjoyed it. And I want to try and keep that vibe going, ideally, if I can. The previous games that I've made for people who haven't seen them are Return to Sender and Less is More. They're both like browser-based puzzle games, and I had a lot of fun creating them. And they performed pretty well too, people liked them. Yeah, they're on my Ludum Dare if you want to see. Can I like share a link? Yes, I can. Here, I'll throw this in chat. I shouldn't have my like Twitch screen on. It's gonna be like an infinite recursion loop. So I'll throw that over there, and let's actually drag out a new window here for the Ludum Dare stuff. Yeah, so Salvage and Strange Machines and Ruins, and maybe even Lost Signal and Connections. I want to make like a puzzle game about wires, maybe. I'm thinking Salvage, Strange Machines and Ruins, puzzle game about wires. Okay, so last jam, I had this idea that I really wanted to do about like creating a puzzle game where you're connecting broken bits of technology together, and they have inputs and outputs that are kind of inconsistent and frustrating to work with. And in addition to that, your wires are also kind of bullshit, and they would have like sections of them that aren't insulated. And so when you're running wires between the machines, you need to route them in a way that the uninsulated parts don't touch, or the wires like intersect with each other and trigger things. And I really like the idea of doing that still. Like, I'm still really into that idea, and I want to make it work. So I'm trying to maybe see if I can make that happen. I could see Salvage being about, like, putting together old technology. I could theme it like maybe you're, like, surviving in the apocalypse or something. In fact, like, I could even see Shelter playing into that. Strange Machines is an obvious win here because, you know, of course, a theme that is Strange Machines would work with putting Strange Machines together. Ruins is kind of a struggle. I don't know if it actually fits that theme. Lost Signal could work, but it would have to be thematically a little bit different. I'd probably make it about connecting communications infrastructure, but like the gameplay could basically be the same. And then Connections is also fairly fitting for puzzle game about wires. Side effects even could be in there too, because the whole idea is that like each of the machines has a bunch of bullshit that triggers even when like you just input one thing. So like imagine you're trying to... I remember the idea that I was presenting to people in previous years, oh my camera's autofocusing, is that you'd be able to have like an RC car and you have to wire up inputs to like the control pad, and that would make the car move, and it might like press down on like a pressure plate or something. Imagine like you're doing that, but the remote sends all inputs at once and it just spins out of control unless you like insulate it properly or something. Let me see if I can fix the autofocus really quick. Oh, did I make it low resolution again? Or not low res, low frame rate? Is it smooth now? Smooth. Okay. Well, we're gonna... Wow. A camera? Why are you like this? I have a really bad camera. I should probably buy a better one. Let me turn on absolute focus. Okay, hopefully that should work. Hey there, Monsterwook, how you doing? Can you make FPS games? It's not really feasible to make in the time frame for me, personally. I'm going for a more small, like, puzzle game. Like, you definitely can, but it's just not, that's not, like, the within scope for me right now. I tend to work with a lot of web technology and create web games. Oh, hey, Martin. I didn't realize that was your username. Okay, So we've got, all of these are a game about wires. Is there anything else we can make a game about wires? Probably not. I could see Ruins and Isolation and Pathways and Descend all being some game about, maybe, I don't know, game about, like, I'm thinking in my head, like, descending into some dungeon or something, but, like, I don't know how I'd do that with, like, a UI game, because, like, I don't want to have, like, real-time controls, because I found my technique for success in jams is I want to get as many mechanics with the least amount of framework yet. Have I finished the game yet? Yeah, I'm totally finished. I haven't even started, but it's done. And I found that like games that use UI and then just like hijack the web tech make it like easiest to actually make gameplay without having to get focused in on like actually creating mechanics like movement and stuff. What game have I made that I'm most proud of? Probably my most recent Ludum Dare entry. It was for Ludum Dare 54. It was called Less is More, and it got second in the compo, which I was pretty happy about. Okay, so real-time controls are cool. Real-time controls are definitely cool. I agree. But they're also a huge time sink when you only have they're really like intense time sink when you only have 2 days to make a game. Aren't you just retheming an existing game like most people in this jam? Not exactly. Like, I have ideas, but like, broadly, I want to create a game that actually fits the theme, right? I don't want to create a game that's just like token part of the game, or part of the theme, and it's just like something I already had an idea for. Like, don't get me wrong, if I had like a pre-existing idea that fits the jam, then I would definitely use it, right? But I want to make sure that I at least try to engage authentically with the theme stuff. You are not supposed to be here. I feel like it would be really fun to try and make like a horror type game. Like maybe like a resource management horror game where like you're in the woods or something. And like I could also see that happening with like ruins and descend and isolation and maybe not pathways, or maybe pathways. So like horror resource management game? But like I don't know how I would do interesting gameplay with that. Like I could see drawing backgrounds and liking how the backgrounds look and like having you kind of like navigate around. But like I don't want to make a visual novel. I want to have like gameplay, and I can't think of how I would translate that into gameplay. Like I could probably maybe do something like maybe you're trying to scavenge for resources or something, or maybe you're trying to hide from something, or maybe you're trying to like not get lost, maybe? Make it in Zig. I'm just using I'm using web tech for this time. I really like creating games in React. It's been what I've done for like the previous few game jams. And I feel like it works really well, even though I'm like totally contorting the game engine in a way that, or I mean the layouting engine in a way that makes it a game engine, in a way that doesn't actually make sense for it. Yeah, the previous 2 games I've made have just been in React with like no other framework. It's super weird, but it turned out, so, you know. Under pressure and mutation. I don't know what I'd do for mutation. Even though I love the idea of the theme, I don't know what I'd do. You could maybe, like, I could pair it up with tiny creatures and, like, make some game about evolving creatures, maybe? Why is this no trailing spaces? Fair. What are the current themes? I haven't checked Ludum in the past week. These are all of the current themes. Does it want a header? God, the fucking lint for Markdown is so over the top. Theme ideas. There you go. Be happy. As someone who made Pong in Excel, any program can be a game engine if you try hard enough. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, props to you for putting in that energy. Yeah, I agree with you, though. Like, anything can make a game. It's just, like, what type of game you're trying to make is going to affect what tooling you choose. And for me, I like making puzzly things, so I think it makes sense to kind of have something in React, because then I have all the, like, pointer interactions for free. Okay, reflection, absorb. Absorb could be done with the mutation and tiny creatures thing. Code Bullet recently made Flappy Bird in Windows File Explorer. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I need to take a look at that when I get a chance. That sounds amazing and horrible at the same time, which is, like, the best type of thing, right? I love making horribly cursed things that are also really cool. Okay, so... I can't believe 1 + 1 = 3 didn't make it to the finalists. Oh, God. Is that in round 1 and round 2, or? Game Jam! Yeah, it's Game Jam time. It's Game Jam time. I'm excited. Theme voting round 1 and 2. I was surprised to see that there's, like, a tag here saying that this was in a previous Game Jam. Like, that's really interesting, because I feel like half of these themes have been in previous Ludum Dares, and they don't have any of the other ones labeled. It's strange, but, you know. What's your plan for the jam? I am mainly just, I want to make a UI-based, like, puzzle game in React.js. That's what I've done for the last 2 entries that I've done, and I really enjoyed the process. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do yet. I'm trying to block the themes into groups and then, like, create ideas for them. I really want to have one of these be selected because I want to make a game about, like, connecting weird machines together with, like, uninsulated wires, and if they overlap, then it, like, breaks things. I think that would be a lot of fun. One of these days I'll join a Ludum Dare as well, but I like the 2-week chill jams more, kind of. That's very fair. I don't really personally like the longer ones because I like to just put an ungodly amount of work in during a very short span of time and proceed to completely burn out, but because it's such a short time period, it doesn't really matter. Like, the last Ludum Dare I did, I put in 30 hours over the 48 hours that I was able to work on it. I basically just got up, worked, slept, got up, worked, slept, and then got up and finished it, which was awful. But no, it's like, it's really fun. I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, you get really fixated on it, and it's nice to just, like, put all of your energy into it. You've only ever done the 2 GMTK jams every year. I've never participated in GMTK. That's like a longer term one, right? Like, it's a week long? The other thing about longer jams is I just don't have the time to invest into a project like that long. Can I explain what a ring buffer is? There's a lot of things that could be, and it's not particularly related to like, game jamming right now, so I don't really know how to... Yeah. How is crunch fun? I don't get it, but it is. Well, I don't know, it just... yeah. Yeah, so... oh, I need to think of what I'm gonna do with reflection, playing with fire, under pressure. Hey Ned, how you doing? Okay. So, playing with fire, I just really hope that it doesn't happen. Because I want to make a UI game, and I feel like there's not very many ways that, like, the idea of fire can, like, play into that. Like, obviously, I can do something very metaphorical, and talk about, like, having, yeah, like, I could do something very metaphorical and have it not actually have real fire in it, but I don't really want to, like, kind of cheese the theme like that if I can avoid it. Like, I'll figure out some way of doing that. Fire, it lives, it grows. Fire is very interesting in that way. Like, it's very lifelike despite having no life to it. It's just like, you know, it's basically just cellular automata or whatever, but, like, in the real world. Okay. Okay, reflection, under pressure, break the cycle. Break the cycle, I don't know. Like, I guess I could do weird things about machines here as well, but it's about, like, breaking the cycle of machines. Reflection, I just hope I don't have to deal with that. Same with under pressure. Those ones are just all so vague. The first thing that comes to my mind for reflection is mirrors and lasers. Yeah, that's definitely, like, a common thing. Like, I can imagine that as well. I really want to, like, I don't want to make a game about that. Like, there's nothing wrong with that sort of idea. It's just, like, I feel like I've seen laser puzzle games before. Oh god, I hope it's not reflection, yeah. I feel like the main reason that, like, I don't like reflection is because it's, like, so constrained. Like, if you make a game about reflection, there's going to be games that are literally about reflection, and then games that are, like, about reflecting on something. And I don't really want to do either. 11 minutes, 10, oh Jesus, stop stressing me out. What is this little badge you have? Oh, I love it. Playing with fire sounds like it could make more games without fire in sight, since it's like a saying. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Descend would 100% be my choice here. Yeah, I'm okay with Descend. I really want one of these to win. I really want to make a puzzle game about wires. Listen, I'm stressing, you're stressing, we all stress together here. Are you participating in the jam? Yeah, I find that, like, I can't chill until, like, the actual theme is revealed. I need to know what it is, like, now. Also, I love and hate how out of sync the Ludum Dare countdown is. It's not 16 minutes left. It's 8 minutes left. But, like, when it's not in the active tab, it counts down at, like, half speed, and it doesn't resync, like, when you go back. It's really dumb. Hey there, Island J, how you doing? I wasn't meaning to, it was my girlfriend's birthday weekend and she broke up with me last week, so I figured I might as well game jam. Well, that's a way to turn a negative into a positive, I guess. I hope you're doing alright. I'm gonna start ripping out some stuff, all of the gameplay from my previous jam entry, and making it into a framework to actually make the new one. Because you're allowed to start with base code, just not game code, and I want to get whatever the build system I had before was, because I don't remember what it was, but I remember it worked, so, you know, where is it? I need to figure out... Do I not have it downloaded? I don't. Okay, one sec. Let's clone it. LD54... code git clone git at github.com arrayless ld54. Okay, I have it now. I'm going to copy it, create ld56, and then delete.git. We don't want our old git history. And I'm gonna open that folder. LD56, good. Cancel, hold on, I want these. Let's create open... Where is it? LD56. I'm missing so many messages already, hold on. Didn't you almost get burned by that a few jams ago, or was that someone else I remember? Me? Like, getting broken up with by someone, or burnout, or what's the context? Self-care and that, you know, gotta do something for you. Yeah, no, I'm very excited to do this. It's just I always get my stress response going. Oh, hello again on Twitch this time. Oh shit, thank you for the Prime subscription, Z-Mint. Yo, thank you, the Bezos money. We gotta love Bezos. No, the Ludum Dare countdown clock. Oh, yeah, no, I did get burned by that. I thought I had like 2 hours left, and then it was like 1 hour left, and I was like, are you kidding me? What is the tree icon on the right sidebar? Like, what extension? I've seen it before, but I don't know what it is. It is to-do tree, yeah. It's just a nice tree, or a system for seeing to-dos. I need to swap out my profile. Where is the setting for that? Profiles? What? Wasn't there like a nice way of doing this before? Let me in. Oh wait, this is the scuffed one. I want this one. Okay, there we go. Best of luck with the jam, thank you. VS Code, nice. Yeah, I don't know. VS Code is like simple and it's good for web dev. I like it a lot. I recently swapped over from using CLion for C++ stuff into VS Code, which is super scuffed, but you know, it works for me. I work 12-hour shifts through the whole jam, so I will have to skip, but I might take time off for the next one. It's a lot of fun. Like, I don't know. I think they're really worth doing if you can get the time for it. Like, obviously don't sacrifice your actual life for it, but like, I really like Ludum Dare. Okay, I need to ditch all of the game-specific code in here. Let's see. So those are just utilities. That is normal. All of this should go away. All of this needs to be gone. Jesus Christ, I didn't realize I had so much stuff in the previous jam. That's horrifying. Alright, this just loads styles, loads an app. Cool. We can keep that. We can keep that. This needs to go away. All of this, unless this is just like a general code. No, that's not. So I'll ditch that whole folder. And then we're gonna get rid of everything other than app. And then I'm just gonna throw out everything other than just a blank function here. This just return, fragment, hi. Alright, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So there's our shell for the game. We've got an app component. We've got a main file that loads the app component and renders it. We have some some styles just to make things pixelated. A few utility functions that tend to come in handy. This is just a basic web page frame, some Git stuff. Let's rename that. Probably shouldn't have my personal email in there, but oh well, too late. Tailwind config, let's see. I'll toss, well, I think I can keep these animations. I'll probably end up using them. I end up making text in a lot of these games. Alright, cool. You gonna do Orca Jam later this October? I think I'm gonna try. I'm interested in doing it. But, you know, it depends on how burnt out I am. I should use NVim just to be different? No, I'm good, thank you. I have a friend that uses NeoVim, and they swear by it, but that's not my thing. Did not see that, actually. What, my personal email? Hopefully not, but I'm not too worried otherwise. Less than 5 minutes. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me initialize a repository, and let's just go... Oh, hold on. All of my assets are still in here. We don't want any of these. Be gone. Okay. Okay. Project framework. Let's commit that. Publish? Or I guess let's not publish. Actually, I don't know. Sure, we can publish. And then let me do an npm install and a npm run dev, and let's just see if the project is running. Is this bad? Nope, that's all fine. Alright. Cool, okay. We have a screen with words on it. This is our framework. Once the jam starts, we have, like, our engine. That's the whole engine we're using here. Good luck, I'm gonna go find more jam enjoyers. Hell yeah, have fun! And good luck to you too. Are you participating? Or... Wait, I feel like you've told me this. I'm so frazzled right now. A screen, that's what we wanted. Yeah, no, having a screen, that's all we need, right? It's done. Game's done, I'll submit it right now. I've literally just used Sublime Text for 12 years. Sublime Text was my first IDE that I used after, Notepad++, which is, you know, the, like, traditional cursed option that people use for some reason. And I liked it for a long time, but it didn't have good enough plugin support for me. I also really like web technology. I'm one of the weirdos that really likes Electron apps because they're web apps. I just love the flexibility that the web, like, stack provides. Oh, for midterms. Oh, that sucks. Oh yeah, I remember you posted about that. What am I looking for? There was like a message. Clearly you do a game jam in your game engine. I was thinking about that the other day. Zephyr isn't mature enough to like make a full game in it, but I would absolutely love, just like, I would love to actually be able to make voxel games for Ludum Dare using my own engine. I think that would be fucking amazing. So I'm hoping that, you know, maybe next year it'll be good enough for that. Real talk, you can engine yourself by just being too specific. By being too specific to your needs, make only what you want and need. There's no need to make generic works for everyone engine. So, I mean, like, I've got an engine I've been working on for a very long time, which is a voxel game engine I've been working on for like 6 years. And, oh shit, wait, is the theme out? Is it? Is it? It's not out yet. Wait, no, there is Tiny Creatures. Oh, fuck. No. Okay. Shit. Hold on, wait, I need to check Discord real quick. One second. I just need to send a message and then we're good to go. Oh, also, while I'm here, I should turn my PC notifications onto Do Not Disturb. I've been burned by that a couple times. Alright. Cool, okay. Okay, what the hell do I do about tiny creatures? Pokemon game time. Okay, that's actually a weirdly good idea, like a little battler game. I could see that being fun, but I need to decide how I'm going to do that. Ugh, all of my preparation is for naught. It's for nothing. Did I grabbed this. Perfect. I'm gonna throw this into, where is save as? Control, Alt, S. There it is. What is this save thing? Wait, what? What is this UI? I've never seen this before. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, theme is tiny creatures. Which was in the make some game about evolving creatures category, so, you know, that's fairly self-explanatory. You're excited about tiny creatures? Okay, fair enough. Worm-like creatures that you can stretch along a grid for a Sokoban-like game. Oh, I really like that. Holy shit, wait a sec. I like that a lot. Are you gonna be upset if I use that? Okay, hear me out. I had the weirdest idea, maybe not weird, and barely an idea. Pokemon Snap, but you take pictures of real-life animals and you get progression, etc. from that. That's a really cool one as well. Top-down Pikmin where you control a character with WASD and control creatures with a mouse pointer. I don't think I can do that in 2 days. Good luck on the jam. I'm gonna mute and idle here for viewer count. Time to go. Time for me to create the worst game ever. Let's go. Good luck. I know you probably can't hear me already, but, you know, best of luck. Okay, hold on. I really like the idea of making a game about stretching out worms now. Hold on. I'm gonna spin up the drawing tablet and I'm gonna try and create a, like, mock-up of that idea. Let me grab the wire that I need to actually charge things. Where the hell is it? Does this have battery in it right now? Oh, it does. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let me pull up Krita, and we're gonna do a little mock-up together. Snake plus Sokoban does sound like a really good idea. Yeah, I know, it sounds good. Like, I like that idea a lot. Okay, you could do a Spore microscopic stage clone. I could. I'm trying to do something that is, like, only using UI. Like, I don't want to do any, like, real-time controls, because I am just, like, trying to do stuff in web technology for fun. Snekaban. Okay, so, okay. Let's say we have a grid, right? This is the worst grid ever. I could just, like, enable the grid in the tool, but, let's not do that. It's more fun to scribble. Okay, so what's the goal here? I think the theme of tiny creatures is interesting. It would be fun to make the creatures grow over time. Like, what if did you know you can snack with only 2 chords? Like, are you talking about, like, making them a line? Like, okay, what if you have a snake? Or more snakes, maybe 1 or more snakes. And the goal is that you're trying to get it to an apple, like in Snake, the game. But, like, every time that it gets to the apple, it grows bigger. Also like Snake, the game. And then... But what would we do with that? Like, I could maybe make it like, yeah, the controls are all UI. So... Or I guess it could be WASDA, as long as it's, like, simple. What if it's, like, it could be a Snake puzzle game, where you're just, like, controlling the snake and you're playing Snake, but through levels. But I feel like that's just a little bit too derivative. Like, I feel like that's not enough, like, unique tiny creatures idea. Like, maybe... My brain is saying that you should be able to control multiple creatures at once, because, like, it's... like, tiny creatures plural, right? Make it like Sokoban where you have to eat the food, but you can drop rocks on yourself, etc. What do you mean, make it like Sokoban so you can drop rocks on yourself? Make the apples the snake eats little freaks that run away? Hold on, wait. In that case, maybe a colony simulation or god game. Okay, so I'm trying to think, like, worms are tiny creatures, and I like that. We could make, like, I'm trying to think, like, there's two control schemes that I can, like, impulsively imagine here. The first is, like, you're using WASDA to, like, control the snake, and it just moves one cell, and it's got, like, snake controls. The other is, like, imagine you're controlling, like, an inchworm. That's not what an inchworm looks like. Imagine you're controlling, like, an inchworm. I know that they don't have, like, danglies, but it's like a snail inchworm, okay? And, like, you can drag the back part of it close, and then you can drag the front part of it out, and it's got, like, a maximum length, and you have to do stuff with the maximum length. Like, you need to make it span certain distances or something. Maybe. Oh, make it, like, Dig Dug, but with snake. That's an interesting one. What? Your message just got blocked because you said you are a worm in it, and it got blocked for bullying. Okay, I let it through. That's amazing. You control not a snake, but a crowd of small creatures. They have a common controller, and there are a lot of them. When a snake eats them, it grows, creating obstacles for the creatures. That's interesting, but I don't know how I would create, like, a puzzle mechanic around it. I know, I can't believe you just say that I was a worm. It hurt my feelings so much. Now, imagine a side view of a patch of soil. You're a worm, and you make tunnels to get food, but if you dig under a stone, it can fall on you and becomes a puzzle the longer you play. I could see that. I could see that for sure. I'm feeling, like, top-down, though. I'm trying to imagine, like, okay. 2.5D game where you're controlling, like, one or more inchworms. And they're like hanging out, you know? Bap, bap. And, like, okay, what if you need... Oh, you know those, like, old games? Like, you know those, like, toy games where you have, like, all the cars and you need to move the cars so that other cars can get through? What if the inchworms are the, like, both your players and the puzzle pieces, and you have to get them through by, like, sending one under another or something? And that's, like, how you bunch them up. Like, you bunch them up so that they create, like, a tunnel, and then you can send another inchworm through it, and you have to get them all to the destination. Grid control is easy to work with. Klotsky? I don't know, I've not seen Klotsky. Klotsky... Wait, is this it? I think this is it. Yeah, the car game. Yeah, I think. Maybe not. Hold on. Car puzzle game images. Yeah, like this shit. This thing. Did you guys ever have this when you were a kid? I had one of these. Yeah, the car game. Make the final boss of the game a human that drops rocks on you. No! Okay, so... if you control inchworms, they're tiny creatures. Yeah, I really like the idea of, like, you can bunch the car game, but with resizable cars sounds cool. Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, there needs to be more mechanics than that, but, like, it's not hard to really iterate on, right? I'm just trying to think, like, what perspective I'd do this in, and how I'd limit the game mechanics. Because, like, if you are... if you're playing the game, and, like, you have the resizable cars, like, isn't it just beneficial to always make them as small as possible? Like, because the inchworm squishing itself also is what makes it have, like, the up point. So if we're making it so that they can, like, travel under each other when they're up, that's also what makes them small. And so isn't, like, being small just objectively better in, like, if we're making a game about getting through, like, the path? The streamer kicked you? Worm Tetris. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Okay. Oh, I hate that I don't know what I'm gonna do here. I'm really, like, usually I come into these and I have, like, a really strong idea already. I kind of left it till last minute here, and now I'm just, like, struggling to think of what I want to do. I really like the idea of having the inchworms and then having, like, you be able to stretch them out and push them up. And I don't know what I do with that yet. So maybe it's worth just, like, trying to implement that to start. You could do a turn-based snake game with way more enemies, etc. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if I want to commit to turn-based right now. Make salt grains a floor hazard that kills you like spikes in other games. No, it's so sad. Pikmin, but the inchworm is the captain. Okay, wait, hold on. Puzzle mechanic. Let's do like a convolution on this. So, let's say that the snake is however many tiles long. Let's say it's 5 tiles long. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? And then when you squish it, it's only 2 tiles long. And it can only ever be fully squished or fully out. And so, like, the goal at that point becomes you need to be able to get through the game by strategically squishing or pulling into specific points. Like, so you can't move forward unless you squish up. But say you're over a pit, if you squish up, that's still hard though, cause like, you have no idea what you're doing yet? Me neither. I'm trying to come up with something. When it squishes, it can only squish as high as the ceiling is. I'm hoping to make it like a grid-based, like, top-down. Okay, decision paralysis. Cause, like, what if the inchworm... How do inchworms work? They eat leaves, right? Let's read about inchworms on Wikipedia. Inchworm. Oh, they're a moth. Oh, wow. Okay. Hold on. Wait. That's really cute. What if we somehow made the game about, like, you need to get to a cocoon or something? Like, your goal is to get somewhere, like, onto a tree or something. And maybe instead of it being top down, you're actually trying to climb a tree. Like, you're trying to go up and up and up. And there's, like, Alright, moths belong to the... What do they eat? They eat leaves, right? They're funny looking. Add a bird that eats the worm? No, that's so sad. Hey there, Smarty, how you doing? Interim precision platformer. How would you even do that? Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Okay, so iterating on the idea of, like, he could spring. Oh, Wait, so you bunch it up and then it bounces? Like, Okay, what if you can, like... How would I do this? Or bridge gaps, yeah. I was thinking about bridging gaps, but, like, I don't know how I would do that in a way that makes, like, puzzles work. Make him little grabby hands on his head to hold onto walls and stuff, but only his head tile. So then what are the point of the other tiles? Hold on. I wonder if, like, maybe I'm thinking about this too hard. Like, maybe worm is not the way to go. I do really like the idea of, like, making a tiny creature battler. But, like, if I was gonna make a battler, it can't just be Pokemon, right? It has to be something distinct. Pokemon Rumble? So... if we were gonna make, like, a battler or something, and you were battling tiny creatures, what is the point? Pokemon but with hats. Like, why are the tiny creatures battling? Hercules beetles fighting. Oh god. I don't want to do something bug-based, because I don't actually know how to draw bugs very well. And I've got to come up with the art for this. Like, at least with an Inform, it's very easy to make them small and cute. Over crumbs of food? That's so mean. Why would anyone stick bugs in, like, a horrible spot where they have to fight for crumbs of food? You're thinking of a little creature battle thing too, but with a card game that summons a pile of minions and then fights between rounds. Huh. That's cool. It would be interesting to do something with card mechanics, but, like, I feel like if you make something with card mechanics, you have to make tons of cards. There's a game called Ceralim that's kind of like Pokemon, but you can have, like, 6 creatures in your party, and they all have passive abilities which can be comboed to create strong parties. Well, that's cool. I like that. Could be like there's a special food source, and if you win, you get some kind of power-up. Huh. It's called Nature. Nature makes them fight. Auto Battler? Huh. Wait. What's the deal with Auto Battlers again? You put, like, things in, like, a row, and then they chain together to create, like, effects. And you're trying to, like, beat other teams. Yeah, Okay, hold on. What if we do... You're making an auto battler, or you're making a card system? Who am I? Wait, no, I know you're making a card system. What if, like, it was some sort of auto battle mechanic, but, like, every time you beat a match, you can, like, combine 2 of your creatures into one bigger creature or something? Oh, you're making an auto battler? Okay, cool. Super Auto Pets. I remember it was popular. I never played it, though. I don't really want to, like, look at things that are existing ideas right now, because I don't want to end up creating something overly derivative, right? Oh, see you later, Smarty. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, Okay, so... Oh, okay. I need to, like, commit to something. I need to commit to an idea that makes sense. Tower defense against dust bunnies. Oh my god. I've not been caught out with no idea in a game jam for a while. Like, I could just, like, ditch the theme and make my game about wires anyways, but like I feel like that's a really bad idea. I wonder if I could re-theme the wires game to make it about tiny creatures. Like, make a game where you guide a bunch of worms to a tree and stop them from touching salt and birds. No! It's only been 20 minutes, don't pressure yourself into a corner yet. Fair enough, I guess we have plenty of time. I'll sit down for like, I'll let myself have the first hour just to brainstorm. I'm not used to like not having an idea like the moment the jam starts, but we'll make it work. Snakes instead of wires, but the exact same mechanic. So like you're connecting things with snakes, but like, ant paths instead of wires. I could see that. Like you're pathing ants between source and destination, and you're trying to... What sort of things did you do with the wires? The idea I had for the wires game was basically, I wanted to make a game about, like, it was a puzzle game about connecting a bunch of different machines that all were kind of broken down and caused, like, weird things to happen when they were triggered. And then, like, you also had uninsulated wires, and if they overlapped, then they would, like, trigger multiple things at once. What game are we making? I wish I knew. We're still trying to figure that out. Oh, like you're an ant queen commanding the little ant lads to find a new home or something. Yeah, connect ants between food and their home, but avoiding hazards, and sometimes hazards move, and then you have to reroute. I want to make a very, like, closed-loop game. Like, I want it to be a puzzle where you have, like, a fixed environment, and then you have to come up with a solution, right? Yeah, I'm still cooking the idea. Usually I try and have an idea before I start. I failed this time around, because I was too busy, and then, yeah, because... making some game about evolving creatures, like... It's... What am I going to do? Do I have Azaprite installed? I do. Oh, good. Cool. Maybe we can use that later. You could have nano machines build the wires. I could see that. My only worry is that, like, if I do that, the theme might just, like, it might feel too disconnected and people might not like it because of that. Puppies are tiny. Oh, I don't know if that is, I guess that's kind of within the theme. Like, okay, if I did nano machines, and what is my favorite tiny creature? I don't know if I have a favorite tiny creature. Like, I don't think very often about tiny creatures. I don't know, what even qualifies? Like, I like snails. Snails are cute. A game where each level is a puzzle and you send the ants in certain directions based on the environment. They have to go different ways and do different stuff. Yeah, I'm not in love with the ants idea. I could see, all-time favorite tiny... Oh, God. I could see, like... What about a game with snails? But snails don't really do much, other than move really slowly. You could do the wires game, but instead have a bunch of insects invading the circuit board. Huh. Okay, wait. What if we do try and create a game about, like, electric bugs? Like, what if we're creating a game about fireflies, and for some reason the fireflies transmit electricity? What could we do there? A snail fighting game, sumo sails inside a ring of salt? I don't want to torture snails. I don't want to give snails a salt ring of death, okay? Snails can use their shell as shields and cast spells. Is that a Hollow Knight reference? Okay, shell as shields. Yeah, I could see that. Snail can go into shell and roll around. Huh. I do kind of like the idea of, like... What if we have, like, a game where you are a snail and you're really slow, but then you can trigger, like, a roll which insta-speed, like, makes you go in one direction until you hit a wall. But... I feel like I'm missing, like, I feel like I'm sleeping on the centipede idea. I feel like there's something that could be done with this in a grid, and I don't know what it is. Like, surely there's an idea here that I could do. Maybe the firefly idea, they produce light and react to light. Oh my god, you are a snail got blocked for bullying too. Why? Maybe the firefly idea, they produce light and react to light. You can create obstacles that block light from hitting other fireflies, so basically wires but with light and shadow. Huh. Okay, I could see that. But at the same time, so many games have done a worm-like grid. Are you saying I shouldn't do it? Top-down grid game where you're a snail and can only move by rolling until you hit a wall. The reason I like the worm-like grid is because you're multiple cells, and that's interesting, right? Snail can only move by rolling until you hit a wall. Then that's basically just making like an ice puzzle, though, and I don't just want to make an ice puzzle. Like, I want to find some way of doing this without, like... I don't want to just, like... Snake-like games are super easy to make, though, so it's a good idea. I think the idea of having, like... The head can move in any direction, but the tail must move, like, inwards. Make a game where you're a big creature and are interacting with small creatures. Killing them or helping them somehow. I could kind of see that. Like, what if it was, like, almost like a bit of a World of Goo type thing, where you've, like, got a bunch of small things that you need to, like, piece together? Although, I don't know how I'd do the physics in a realistic time frame. Okay, what if... What if we had, a game where you are keeping... I could see, like, an auto-battler kind of cute little thing where, like, you're collecting, like, snails and snakes and stuff, and you're trying to make them, like, cascade into doing things. What if it is, like, a puzzle game where it's kind of like an auto-battler, but instead you're not battling, you're trying to solve an obstacle, and you have to, like, place creatures in order, and they all have fixed actions they do, almost like lemmings. Like, okay, so, example, where'd my Krita go? Let's create a new canvas. So, you have, like, the snail, and it creates a line of goo when it goes, which causes everything else behind it to slip. And then you have an inchworm that, when it goes, it, like, goes as far as it can, and then it, like, maybe it creates, like, a ramp. Like, maybe, like, the inchworm will turn into, like, a ramp like this when it hits, like, its end destination or something. And then you can have, like, maybe a butterfly or something that can do something. Like, I like the idea of a puzzle game where you, like, iterate on the gameplay, like you're composing small little creatures. Ants could carry things? Yeah, ants could carry things. So like you get like ant. That's an ant. And it can grab stuff. Like it could grab like a big ass boulder and then bring it back. Or like maybe it grabs stuff and it just tosses it down into the foreground. Something like tower defense where you move by playing classical snake, getting ammunition, and therefore needing to plan movement as a puzzle. Interesting. To be honest, you could make a whole Lemmings game, but with like a whole host of insects. I could do that. I want to do like... I'm aiming for more puzzle, though. But like I'm worried about like... How could I actually make it an interesting puzzle? Because, like, imagine, okay, you've got a world, and there's a ledge, and then a boulder, and then, like, you have to be able to choose, like, maybe you need to get the snail to the end, and you have, like, the two other bugs. You obviously just place an ant, which will pick up the boulder and toss it off, and then you place an inchworm, which will, like, go to the end and create a ramp. And then you place a snail, and then, like, you win, right? Like, there's no puzzle solving to be done there. It's too straightforward. So how could I make the game less straightforward, if this is the idea? I guess, like, one of the ways I could try and do that is make the creatures interact with each other more. Like, maybe, like, having to make, like, that's how auto battlers work, right? It's like all of the creatures kind of, like, compose with the other creatures in a way. There are neat cases where the boulder shouldn't be removed or the ramp shouldn't be there. So, like... Maybe you need an ant. So maybe it's multi-leveled. And like, say when an ant throws a boulder, it needs to, like, it falls down onto the next level. Or when an inchworm creates a ramp, you can't go down anymore. You always have to go up. And maybe, like, snails can... like, move, and then when they hit an edge of something, they will climb down it. And maybe there's, like, another type of bug that, like, walks back and forth as much as it can, and, like, whenever it hits something else, that turns it around. I could see something like that. Your idea is nice. How about looking at lemmings to see how to find more interactions? Okay, sure, yeah. Let's look at, like, lemming types. Not like the actual animal. Lemming game. Lemmings wiki. Okay, let's see. You could do it on a grid and make it so each creature performs actions like cellular automata, so it could work in steps like a turn-based game, so Ant just walks forward until it finds a thing to carry. Yeah, okay. I like that. Where is, like, the... Okay, climber, floater, bomber, blocker, builder, basher, miner, and digger. Okay, so... climbers scale vertical walls. Floater... survives a fall using an umbrella. Bomber makes it blow stuff up. And tactical lemmings. So, how does the gameplay of Lemmings actually work? Because, like, you give the skills to the lemmings as they're going, right? Whereas in this game, you'd be choosing the types of creatures from the get-go. But I like the idea of, like, each creature has, like, a different thing that it does. And you place them in order. Like, let's say you just have an ordering of how you place them. And then they operate based on that ordering. And they are little, like, cellular automata, so they just, like, follow the rules of whatever their type of creature is. And then... So then what's the end goal? Is it to clear a path? Is it to get something special in there? Like, maybe you have, like, a specific creature and all it does is walk forwards. And you can place that at any point. Maybe you can only place the critters in a determined order... and then add pheromones when you want them to activate. Interesting. It could be to grab a certain item. Oh, like and return it? I could download Lemmings. I don't have, I guess I could. I want to see if I can, like, focus up first. Sorry. Okay, grab a certain item. That's very Pikmin-esque. My brain is almost telling me that the goal should be to get to some destination. But, like, what would get to the destination? Because, like... I do like the idea of grabbing a certain item. Like, maybe you're just supposed to get and return, like, nectar or something. And, like, any of the creatures, if it touches the nectar, it has it and it can bring it back. Or maybe there's only one thing that gets the nectar. Like, what if it's a bee? What if, like, you're like, guy, you have, like, a bee, and you have to get it to, like, grab... Do bees have nectar? Like, what? Hold on, wait. I feel like I'm dumb. Yeah, nectar is, like, bees have it. Bees can fly, but this can be, like, a stupid bee that, like, only hovers a little bit. Ants can carry nectar? Okay. Maybe you can have a warrior bug, so you need to get it to the goal where it destroys some enemy thing or something, like an alien egg or something, so you can use all the other bugs to make a path for it. Oh, god damn it, Zith. Okay, hold on. Warrior bug, you need to get a goal where it destroys some sort of enemy thing or something, like an alien egg or something, so you have to use all the other bugs to make a path for it. That's kind of like the impression that I was thinking was, like, you've got to get some, like, important thing to the end. And then, like, it can be ordered in any of the orders of, like, any of the creatures. Yeah, okay. And, like, I do kind of like the idea that, like, you can trigger some of the creatures, like, whenever you want to. Like, maybe, like, each of them has, like, one action they can perform. And, like, you can, like, tap them at any point to make them do that. Or, like, maybe you can place down, like, a pheromone thing on the map, and that triggers them. Okay, I have to go fulfill this channel points reward. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, the ears are right here. From last stream, I remember this. Okay, fine. 1 hour of ears. Hold on. Let's get, like, a little timer. Google... timer... Timer 1 hour. Go. Okay. I'm gonna pop this out. Can I do that? I guess I can, like... I can't full screen it. Why is this like this? I guess I can just, like, crop it in. Hold on. Let's create a new window view of the timer. Then I'm gonna crop it in a bunch. Let's go 200, and I can just crop it in on the stream. Yeah, let's just go crop, 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 There you go. There's your horrible ears timer. I hate you. Okay, hold on. Getting nectar is a good idea because you can have them fetch it and bring it back to feed a cute larva. That way you can have a challenge while going to the nectar and then another one on the way back. Yeah, I do like the idea that, like, you not only have to get to a destination, you also have to return. Because that adds, like, some more mechanical depth to the whole idea, probably. Like, I could see more interesting things happening if you have to both get somewhere and return. Maybe, like... Maybe you can, like, poke a creature. Like, let's say that, like, you have an inchworm, and it makes, like, a bridge, and then you can poke it, and then it, like, starts walking again, maybe? Or maybe, like, another creature has to poke it. Like... Maybe the only thing you can do is you can place the creatures at different places. Then they start... Maybe you can place like a... What's like the smallest thing that tries to eat a bug? Like, maybe there's some flying creature that you can place that then, like, tries to run and, like, bird. Okay, bird. But, like, is there a smaller thing than a bird that'll try and eat a bug? A spider? Yeah. I could see, like, a spider that crawls across the top of the screen, and then the first time that it finds a bug, it, like, goes down and tries to eat it, and that'll, like, provoke it to start moving again. Like, it like, bounces out. So, like, if you have... Let's say that, like, your whole system is you have, like, a wall, and you have... The goal is over here, and you have the thing that you want over here. I don't know, treasure chest. And then you have, like, an ant that can carry the thing, an inchworm in front of it, and then a spider. And, like, say that the layout looks like this, right? Then the inchworm starts moving, and then it goes and it creates a path, right? For the ant to walk up. So then at that point... Where's the eraser button? Yeah, eraser. No, that's not what I wanted. Give me back red paint. Okay. So... Then, how do I toggle? Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm still getting used to my controls for my tablet. So, the bug goes, and it, like, positions itself. Then, the ant goes, and it, like, climbs up here, and then falls off, and then gets to the nectar, and then starts turning around. And in the meantime, while that's happening, the spider climbs up the wall. It gets to this point. It's like climbing all the way around the top, and then it jumps down and tries to get the inchworm, which causes the inchworm to flip and start moving this away. It falls down, or it probably just, like, climbs down, or maybe, like, it creates a path because it stops here, right? And then at the same time, the ant's coming back and it climbs up the inchworm and falls down again. Birds are small. I don't think that little monsters that you can poke. What would you call a game like? Oh fuck, Pokemon. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I could see this working. My only concern is that, like, if I do it wrong, there's not going to be enough mechanical depth for it to make sense. In that case, I guess you'd want to go real time and make it Lemmings. It could still be, like... It could still be that you just compose the creatures and then let them run. Because... Like, if they're all running on, like, a fixed time step and all you're doing is, like, placing them in a certain order, But, like, then is that not enough control? Like, maybe the issue is that, like, if you do that, there just isn't enough control to make an interesting game. Like, would I be screwing over the idea because it's just, like, you can't have enough cool design with that? Like, yeah. Okay. With Lemmings, because you can change things on the fly, you get a lot more depth. Yeah, and there's like two kind of limiters here that aren't present with Lemmings. There's the fact that all of their rolls are fixed from the get-go, and there's also the fact that, like, you can't change things while they're moving. I'm ultimately just not satisfied with this approach. Like, I feel like there's gotta be something more... I really think... I still really like the original idea. Okay, what if this is a Sokoban game where the tiny creatures are the obstacles? And instead of pushing a box, you are a little something. Say you're a little creature. Very non-distinct creature. And you're in a grid. And you're trying to get from the start to the end. And so you spawn in here. And you can move with WASDA. And there's already stuff in your way. Like, say there's like an inchworm here. And the only way that you can trigger it to move is if you go bump it on the butt. And then when it does, or when you do, then it like, it squishes up into like a small ball. But then eventually, it continues down its path again. So like it shifts around and it's turn-based. So like maybe it's got like a 3, 2, 1, and then it starts like moving again. And then we can have like butterflies that like can carry you from one spot to another. And we can have like it's like okay. Let's go inchworm. When poked on butt, scrunches up. After timeout, moves again. And it can even have like a little track. Like it can have like a dark like track that it follows. And then we could have you just go around touching butts. Jesus Christ. And then you could have a snail. And maybe it is like the maybe it's like the rolling ball. So like you bump it and then it fucking flings itself in whatever direction you bump. Like it balls up and goes pew! And then you can get so like yeah, okay. So then there's like snail. Only moves when bumped. And like ice physics to wall. and maybe even can fill holes. So it can fall down a hole. And then there's like a butterfly that like has trajectory indicator. Going into its cell flings you. So like there could be a butterfly that's sitting here, and its trajectory indicator is saying like, I'm kind of at the edge of the screen. It says like this, and like you go onto its spot and it goes pew, and launches you that way. Okay, I need you to chill out just a little. It's not... Look, the snail can fall into a pit. There's nothing wrong with that. It just gets stuck forever and can never escape. How's the first hour gone? I've spent this entire time coming up with an idea, but I think I've finally gotten an idea that I kind of like. This is not how I meant to spend the first hour, but it's where we are. Okay. So we've got like the inchworm, we've got the snail, we've got the butterfly. What else can we get? What other funny little things can we do? Ants could have like an ant path, and they could just be like... They could be conveyor belts. Like if you push something onto the ant path, it just moves to the end of the path. Jesus. Like, okay. Oops. Ant. Butterfly, and then ants like conveyor belts. I know my writing's illegible, okay? I'm sorry. Okay, so ants can be like conveyor belts, and they could even like push stuff. Like what if, oh, hold on. Grasshopper that can skip over things. Also, hi. Hey there. Wait, hold on. Wait, grasshopper that can skip over things. Ooh, I do like that. Like, it jumps over a wall. I'm trying to think what that would do. It could, like... If you triggered a grasshopper to, like, jump... Yeah, I like this idea too. I think I'd want to do it as like turn-based. So like I think things like you move, and then like when you move in between turns, like things can sometimes resolve. So like the inchworm would have like a turn timer before it like stretches out, and every time you move it would reduce. You could even have some insects walk on their own and you have to wait or time things right. Yeah, but like presumably by turn, right? Ears. Jeez. Oh, God. Okay, so... okay. I'm trying to think of, like, grasshopper. Like, I can see the jumping mechanic being really cool. I'm just trying to think what it would do. I was trying to implement something and I thought I ran into a bug. Turned out it was just a tiny creature. Oh, God. I like the idea of something that moves on its own. I like the idea of like some variants of existing things, like maybe you get like fire ants that instead of moving things forwards, they pull things backwards. Or maybe you get like moths, which are, instead of like butterflies, they do something different. Like instead of launching you, maybe like you get sent backwards when you touch them. Grasshopper could bounce between locations like a teleport. Okay. I think the butterfly kind of does that, is my thing. Do I have any ideas yet? I think I've got some ideas. We're working through it. It's just difficult to like solidify something. I've been like jumping through a bunch of different ideas in the past hour, but I really like this one. Grasshopper bouncing between locations. If I did that, the butterfly could do something else. Like maybe the butterfly can like pick up and carry. No, but that's what the ants do because they're a conveyor belt. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get back to this. But I think I have enough of an idea here that I can actually start implementing a game. So just give me like 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Also, I've upgraded the ears. We've got better ones now. Okay, so hold on. Wait, I just saw the idea in chat that the butterfly can be like an upgrade to the caterpillar, and I love that so much. Like, you have to like bump it, or you have to make it move, or maybe it's got a path. And like if you get like fruit or something into the path, then it will move around to eat it. And if it gets like a certain number of fruit, then it turns into the butterfly. And then like doing that instantly like makes it so that it can like trigger a launch or something. Like it can like make you move. And then I get an excuse to make a fuzzy caterpillar, which I love. So, yes, let's make fuzzy caterpillar. That's kind of terrifying. Caterpillar eats food to evolve into butterfly. The eyes? Wait, oh, the caterpillar eyes. Yeah, they're, normal. Okay. I mean, that is what caterpillars look like. They're freaky little creatures. I hate them. Like, I love the idea of them, but they're scary. Hold on, let's give him, like, cute little googly eyes instead. He can have... Yeah, everything in this is going to have, like, little eyes on sticks, because, you know, it's less freakish. Caterpillar looks like it's on drugs. Okay, so butterfly comes from caterpillar. That makes sense. And then the grasshopper could be just like a... Maybe the butterfly is a one-time use jump, but the grasshopper is a back and forth. Give him the yippee autism creature eyes. Okay, hold on. Wait, so if we have a grasshopper, my lack of ability to draw things, like bugs, is going to be a problem. I can already tell. Grasshopper jumps between two positions. Okay, cool. Those are game mechanics. So do we have the mechanics we need? Or the butterfly could be for crossing gaps or water ponds. Yeah. Water skeeters! We should have water skeeters. I love water skeeters. They're weird little things. I don't know how to draw a water skeeter. That's... water skeeter. And like... How would it work? Would it just be like a bridge where like if you got on it then you could move arbitrarily in the water? Or would it be like... Maybe it has a preset path. Maybe it is also like ice physics where like you sit on it and then it goes in the direction. Goes across water in direction you enter from. That gives it like the most gameplay interest, I think. Okay. Cool. Roly-polies? What, like snails? Okay. So we have ideas. We actually have ideas. I think we can start implementing a game, which is really good. We also need wormholes. Wormholes. Oh my god. Wait, Don't Starve did that, right? Like just having like a hole from one place to another. And then calling it a wormhole. Yeah, because it was like an actual worm, wasn't it? Like it was a worm in the ground. Ooh. That's interesting. Okay. We have a plan. At least the beginnings of a plan. This is gonna be weird because now we've got these mechanics and I need to turn them into a game and it's gonna have to be with React, which means I need to create like a tile system and animated sprites in React.js, which isn't that bad. That's actually fine. We can create like tiered animations pretty easy. I'm just trying to think about... Like, we should start with the mechanics, definitely. So... I wonder, what should the player be? What's like a good little bug for the player to be? This is fine. Like... Oh, what's the best bug? What's everyone's favorite bug in chat? That mushroom that mind possesses ants? No! Wait. Oh, that's a cool mechanic. Ladybugs? Oh, ladybugs are cute, but ladybugs can also fly, which I think limits their control. But like it would be kind of hard to make a puzzle game about ladybugs. But ladybugs are cute. It kind of looks like a horrible spider, but I tried. Mushroom that mind possesses ants. Mind possesses ants. I like that idea because like the ants have like a conveyor belt system where you put items onto them. An aphid. Oh, yeah, I could see an aphid because they're kind of funny little guys. But also like they're so small that they'd be small compared to all the other bugs, right? And I want our character to be able to easily take up a cell of space. You could be yourself after a shrink ray incident. I thought about that, but I kind of want to keep it all bugs. What is like... I'm gonna Google cute bugs. I don't know why I'm doing this. Okay, I'm seeing ladybugs, I'm seeing, like, funny colored moths. I'm seeing, worm. I don't know about that. Is a queen bee too much of a stretch? Can queen bees, like, fly? Because if they can't, that would be cool. Poodle moth. Oh, those are really cute. I like the poodle moth. I love the poodle moth. Hold on, we might do poodle moth. Spider character that can strategically eat some bugs off of the board from our depth. Okay, I could see that. I don't know if I want you to be able to just eat bugs, though. I think that might make the mechanics too easy. It could be like a Baba Is You thing, where sometimes you play not as your main character, but as something else. Queen bees have huge butts, though? What does that have to do with... All the more reason to have a queen bee. You guys are freaks. This chat is full of freaks. I do like the idea of queen bees. They're cute. Okay, there's two options. I'm here for the poodle moths. I'm also here for the queen bees. We gotta get, like, a vote. Hold on. I can do that, right? Let's go into the chat. Let's create a poll. Create a new poll. What should the player be? Queen bee, poodle moth. Allow additional vote. Duration 1 minute. All right. Place your bets. I need to decide. Yeah, no, take this decision away from me, please. Vote moth. The moths are really cute, but the bees are also really cute. I've just got a bunch of pages about lemmings. It'd be cool and have a little face. The moth. I think that moth is winning. The queen bee could still win. These guys are so cute. Oh my god. What the hell? I didn't even know these were like a real thing. Bees have faces? What are you talking about? What a cute little moth. Oh my god. Show pics? Hold on. Queen bee. Look, they have, like, eyeballs. Look at it. Look at it! Jesus Christ. Horrible stock image. No, of the moth? Oh, okay. I just keep looking at this guy. Look at him. It's a big moth. Like, what the hell? Okay. So, okay, moth 1. Alright, we're doing poodle moth. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that. I'm content. So, that means we've got to make a game. Shit. I actually have to develop. This is awful. How are we gonna do this? Let's get, let's start with creating a grid system that can render creatures, because ultimately, we're gonna need creatures. They're gonna need to occupy certain cells. And you're gonna need to be able to move around those cells. What kind of game? We're making a game about, it's kind of like a Sokoban type game where you're wandering around as like a bug, and there's a bunch of other bugs that have different mechanics, and you have to try and like get through different levels. We just finished brainstorming, and now we're actually gonna program the game. Okay. Idea, Sokoban type game where you control a poodle moth trying to get to the other side of a board, which is full of other creatures and obstacles that get in your way. Different creatures have different mechanical interactions that you can engage with. Cool, okay. Okay. It seems to have some Frogger elements to it. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure that I like, are you talking about, like, classic Frogger? Like the arcade game? Okay, game board. How are we gonna do this? So, we need some sort of board that can, have, like, different tiles. Oh my god! A wood bug! A wood bug that eats wood. Like, there can be, like, trees in the way, and then a wood bug that can munch them. I love wood bugs. I also don't know how to draw them. Wood bug eats wood. Tile hopping to get to a goal. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Okay. So, I wish I had, like, a better idea of how to start here, because, like, I've not tried to make a game like this before in React. My main issue is that mutability is dangerous here. What will the game's graphics look like? I'm thinking similar to Ludum Dare, my Ludum Dare 53 entry, where it's kind of like pixel art that's a little bit, like, scrunkled. Like, you know, this sort of art style? Like, thick outlines, kind of like, light shading. If it's turn-based, you don't need to animate the sprites. That's true. I'd like to maybe give them a little bit of animation, but that's definitely something that, like, does not need to happen right now. So, yeah. Okay. So, what do we need? we need a system for representing the map, which can contain walls, creatures, walls and creatures. I guess just like which can contain tiles, some of which are creatures. Creatures need to be able to query the state of the board and have interactions that occur. Do we ever need to stack multiple creatures onto the same tile? So if you're a creature, and yeah, because we want to be able to ride a water skeeter, and we want to be able to have ant conveyor belts. So it can't just be a one-dimensional tile map, which is going to be kind of frustrating. So maybe what we actually do is we have like a very simple tile map, which represents the static terrain, and then a storage for entities which can exist within the grid. If some can fly, I imagine there's some verticality there. I don't think there's flight in that sense. I think they just kind of hover a bit above the board. Creatures don't have to be a part of the tile map. They can just have a position, which is a tile index. Yeah, exactly. A list of entities which can exist within the grid. Entities need to have some sort of behavior for when a creature enters its space, or yeah, for when a creature enters its space, a player has to be controlled with WASDA. Undo would be nice. Undo in puzzle games is always a nice thing to have, just like storing a stack of the world state over time. Okay, tiles are going to be interesting because we need to have, like, an environment, right? Where it looks nice, I guess. And I'm tempted to just say, like, oh, I'll just make the tile map as, like, images. But then we couldn't have anything that, like, mutates over time that isn't part of the image. Or, like we couldn't have tree tiles that actually are part of the tile grid. Which maybe that isn't really a problem, because, like, the tree tiles could just be entities. So, yeah. Okay. I like the idea of making this, like, you are traversing through the world, so it's not just levels, or maybe it is just levels. Like, there's two things we could do. I saw this really interesting game at 6, Seattle Indie Expo, where it was like a soccer band type game, but it had like a Metroidvania map layout. So like in the corner it had a map, and like each of the levels actually had like ways to traverse between the different areas, which was really interesting to me. Like, it was cool to see like a game like this with like a coherent world. But that might be like scoping up a little bit too much. Like, maybe we do just want to have distinct levels. Maybe we start with just distinct levels, and then if we actually want to do the like multi-level stuff, then we can handle that later. I'm back. What's the plan? We are making a puzzle game where you go around on a grid and you like interact with a bunch of creatures that have different like movement behaviors. Feature creep. I can't believe you're getting like it's blocked so much. Also, can you see that you're getting blocked? I don't know why Automod is so pissy. It's having a bad day today. Ludum Dare is stressing it out. Just cut it some slack. Interesting. Okay, what does it say to you? Does it just say like, oh, your message was blocked? Yeah, I'm sure it's that. It's racial prejudice. Automod knows your ethnicity somehow. Wait, why did that move? screens. Strange. Okay. So, let's assume for now that we have a static tile image. So we have a tile grid, and all it is just, is it traversable or not? Or maybe it just has an integer for what the type of thing is. Or maybe it just has a set of tags. Like, maybe we want to have, like, water and moving or something. Hey, your message is being checked by mods and has not been sent. Ah, I see, okay. So, our tile grid will just be... Yeah, our tile grid is just going to be, like, numbers. And then we're going to have an image for the tiles, because I think that's going to be ultimately easier during the scope of the jam to just make, like, unique graphics when we want them. So, in that case, we need to have, wow, my fucking face got really overexposed from that. Jesus Christ. We need to have the ability to render the grid on the screen. And then we need a player that can interact with it. So let's go, level, export function, level. Oh, you're asking why it got blocked? It says that it was because of the word creep. I accepted the word, by the way. When you get blocked, I basically have to choose if I want to allow the word or not. So, like, it's not gonna trigger you again for the same thing. So the level is going to have, the level's going to have creatures. And we can either have the creatures be, like, contained within the level, or they can be contained outside the level. I think we'll have them contained within the level. So we're going to have const entities, set entities is going to be a state value of entity array. We're going to have an entity type, which is going to have a type parameter inside of it, which is going to extend entity type, which let's say right now is just player, or hold on, maybe we should be doing this slightly differently. We're gonna actually make a class-based system, which I never do. I never do class-based things in programming anymore, and I'm slightly worried that it's gonna be a terrible idea. Okay. Class entity, and this is going to have a position. Let's get, let's install 3JS just for its math component. No, okay. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. Embrace the object-oriented programming. I don't want to. Okay. Just letting this spin up. Import vec2. No, wait, I don't want GL matrix. Let's toss out GL matrix, and we want a vector2 from 3. Does 3 not have type defs? No. npm install dash d types 3. Okay, cool. Now 3. Okay, so I have vector 2s. Cool. We're gonna go position is going to be a vector 2. And we're gonna have what do I do for, like, override stuff? I guess, like, on intersection, or on try intersect is going to be, or, like, try move into is going to take a entity other, and it's going to return a boolean. And that boolean's going to determine if it can actually travel into it. We're also going to have a step function. Which is going to happen every time the game updates. And we're going to have a on intersect, on step, cool, that might be all we need for now. Then we'll have a constructor. And this will returns true if the movement should be cancelled. And this should probably actually return true by default, so entities cannot intersect each other. Cool. Okay, so that's an entity. We're going to declare a player. And it's going to... I cannot type. Oh my god. Okay. Player is going to have stuff... Do we want to have the, do we want the entities to be components? Or do we just want them to have a render function? Like... we could either have them render... Maybe you'd type better if you could actually see what your keys did. That's so mean. No, I don't need to see what they did. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Run every time the game, the player moves. Okay, so... yeah, I guess the question is, like, how do we want to make the entities render? I guess we'll give them a render function. I'm worried about them having to have, like, state, though. I guess, like, as long as they... This is gonna be weird, but I think it's fine. You're still judging me for my comment font choice? No, it's great! Why don't you like it? Override me, please. Okay. Import H from React. Cool, cool. Okay. So the level's going to contain import H from React, import useState from React hooks. Why is that not here? Well, I wrote form. Okay, there we go. It is heresy? No, it's nice. It's nice. How's the first hour going? Much progress? It's going good. We came up with an idea. It took a little bit for that to happen. But we have an idea now. And I'm just trying to work through actually implementing, like, the first bits of mechanics right now. Const tile map is going to be a number 2D array. tile map is a word. Okay. And we're going to return... Let's also have a... I guess I should probably have some properties here, so we're going to take in entities, which is going to be an entity array. We're going to have a tile map, which is going to be a number array. And then we're going to have an image, which is going to be in a string. Or let's go like background is going to be a string. Props of props, and we're going to make the entity list be entities, and the tile map list be tile map. And we're going to return div with nothing in it yet. But it's going to have a style background image is props URL props.tile or background. And it's going to have background cover or BG cover width. Oh, I guess I need to like do this slightly differently. Saddle up with math studying, but best of luck. Thank you. I hope that this ends up going well. Good luck on your math stuff. Okay, now let's go entities dot map e dot render. Oh, this is still the type. Hold on. We don't want that. We want entity from here. We're gonna call e.render. And we're actually gonna make this a fragment. And we're going to have the fragment's key be equal to the index. So then hopefully it should remain persistent. Hopefully. Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, and let's also have some mechanics here. We're gonna go, dead is going to be a boolean, which is equal to false. And then we're gonna return not dead. So, if they're not dead, they should collide. And then we're gonna return dead fragment. Otherwise, the override. I keep forgetting I don't have a code formatter, and it's driving me slightly insane. Okay. Okay, so... Cool. Now let's make the player extend entity. And... we're going to put the player in the entities list as well. So let's go like start pos is going to be a number, or a vector 2. And we're gonna go, props.entities. This should be lazy initialized. So we take the props.entities, then we're also going to go, oh, you know why? Okay. This is why we don't use classes, because classes are mutable. I need to make this actually generate the entities, otherwise we're going to end up with weird mutation issues. So we'll create the entities like that. And then we're gonna also put in the player. So we'll go, new player, props.startPos, and the player's render method is going to return a div class as size for This reminds me of the time I made Snake inside an MMO game where you program computer displays, but you can only render them by generating full HTML web pages, so I did that every frame of the game. Oh my god. Yeah, this is kind of dumb. This game does not contribute to this. Or does not, like... Yeah. But it's too late. I cannot at this point change my mind. I've committed. Okay, rounded, full, BG, blue, 500. Cool. Now let's go to level, and let's go, width. Okay, how many rems do we want the tiles to be? If we want to do a 4x scale, and we want to say that our creatures are 32 by 32, then that's going to be 128 pixels per tile. If we assume the average computer screen height conservatively is 900 pixels, I know it's 1080, but like people have UI and stuff, then how many tiles can we fit on screen? 7 vertically. Is that enough? Are we going to need more than 7 tiles? Hold on, I need to visualize this. I'm going to make an image here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, I think this would be enough play space for the actual map, but like I also want to have borders. Like I want to be able to have walls around stuff, right? And so that means that like we only have a 5 by 5 area, which is probably not good. That's not to say that the screen can't move, but like I don't want it to be like overly necessary to like pan the screen around. I think that would be kind of annoying. So what if we do it at 3 pixel scale? So instead of 32 times 4, we do 32 times 3, and then 900 divided by 96. That gives us 9, which means we could have 7 tall. Which is good, because then this can be boundary and this can be boundary. So I think that's a good height. So each of our tiles is going to be... Let's actually just do this in pixels, and then we can scale the entire thing up. So we'll say like 32 times tile map 0.length. Because the tile map will be like in column major order, so the top level array will be the array of rows, and the lower level array will be the rows themselves. And then height will go 32 times tile map length. Cool. And then I'm gonna go what the hell? Oh, that's a Google timer. Oh, yay, okay. No, stop making sound. Where is it? What? Ah, found it. No more ears, I'm free. No more ears ever again. Okay, so... What is this page I have open? It's just a page of poodle moths and queen bees. Okay, cool. Okay, so... Right, so if we do this, and then we want to do, like, transform scale 3, that should be good. And then let's create, like, a quick image to test this. So let's create, like, a 7 by 7 canvas. You can't request ears to be back? Why not? Oh, you don't have enough channel points? So let's go 32 times 7. Cool, and then let's go, Wait, it's can only claim ears once per stream? Oh shit, hold on, wait, that's not right. Let me fix that real quick. I think the reason that it's like that is because usually it is like a once, like you do it and then it's active for the rest of the stream. But because there's this is such a long stream, I didn't want to have that happen. Okay, channel points, manage points, ears, limit redemptions per stream, high number. Okay, does that work now? I will not make them cheaper, otherwise you'll just harass me the whole time. Oh, it'll be on all stream? Yeah, I know. Full price for only 1 hour is a ripoff. Well, that's too bad. Okay. What the fuck? How did I make that green? What keys did I press? Why does delete? Oh, because green is my background color. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I need a grid. How do I make a grid? Show grid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's not the right size. Alright, view, edit, file, document information? No, create a change grid size. Oh, god damn it, more ears. You guys are just harassers. You're just ruining my life. You've decided to do ants, moving ants and one other critter. Oh god. That sounds really cool though. You're completely out of ideas already. I mean, I don't blame you. It took me like an hour and a half to come up with ideas here. Alright, timer's back. It won't be forever. No, wait! Shit. Okay. So that's an hour 59. Okay, wait, not 10 hours. 1:59:00. Jesus. Okay. 10 hours. No! This is now an ear-based subathon. Except I'm not making money off of it, I'm just making internet points. I'm just, like, being harassed for no good reason. Okay, hold on, wait. How to change grid size? Where is the grid? Oh, it's like a Docker. Yeah, here it is. 32 pixels. Okay, cool. Now we've got the grid. How many hours is a sub worth? We're not gonna get into that territory. I know you. You're just gonna make a million of them. Okay. Are you doing the puzzle idea Zith suggested? It's been a while. I don't know exactly. We're making a, kind of soccer band type game where you run around and you're trying to get to the end of the level, and there's like a bunch of creatures that are in the way, and they all have different interactions. Yeah, I'm really excited for it. I think it's gonna be good. Okay, I need to like make a quick and lazy map, alright? So, I want a pixel art brush. Hold on, where are my brushes? Where is the pixel art brush? Krita has so many brushes. And I'm just trying to figure out where the one I want is. Ah. This one? Yeah, okay, good. So, we're gonna have, like, some grass, walls, okay. And we're gonna have... Uh-oh. I've, like, tilted the screen. Okay. So let's say that these are our walls. We don't go past them. And our play field is dirt because we're bugs. We're just trying to make this like really quick and simple, okay? Like we'll come back and do better art later. Give me color picker. I just want to clean up these edges a little bit. Okay. Time to lock in. I'm already locked in, okay? Okay, so we've got our dirt. I feel like the dirt should be a lot brighter. That's too bright. Oops. The color contrast is really weird right now. I'm trying to figure out, like... It looks slightly different on my tablet versus my, like, computer screen. And I'm trying to judge, but I don't know which one's, like, the actual right one. Okay, sure, that's good for now. Okay, and let's just, for simplicity and also for, like, the sake of collision testing, let's put, like, a few squares of no-go in the map. So we'll have some like that, and we'll have some like this. Cool. Alright, let's save that file. This is our first asset. Code... LD56. Res... Okay. Let's go level 0. Okay, and we also need a sprite for the creature, which is fine. It's just going to be 32 by 32. And let's erase the background. No! Oh, fuck. Okay. I see how this is going to go. What's the time at? An hour 54? Well, now it's at 2 hours and 54. Yay. Jesus. I'm never gonna be free. I reserve the right to switch what ears I'm wearing, for the record. These ones look nicer, but they also are tighter and hurt my head after a while. How do I... Can I, like, delete the... Can I erase? How do I add an alpha channel? I don't know how to do this. Every redeem you should give the stream a celebratory ear jingle, like that. Does it does it come on like stream? Like, can you hear it? Okay, we're gonna have our moth. It's very nicely rendered. It's a white circle, and let's give it googly eyes. You can hear the bells? Oh, God. This is our moth. You can hear it on oh, God. This is so embarrassing. Okay, fine. I wonder, is, like, the weirdness where it's not, like, triggering the color until... No, it just doesn't trigger the color till I move. Is that because I have some sort of, like, pen dynamics on? Okay, let's save as player.png. Is it gonna actually... Yeah, it does save as a PNG. Cool. Cool. Okay, we have level 0.png and player.png. Player is going to render... Well, I guess it's just a div for now. We're going to render app, which is going to render... It does come across on stream, and the weeps are losing it. Oh, God. If the stream ends leftover timer... If the stream ends with a leftover timer, the timer should carry over to the next stream. No! That is your fault. We're streaming till 11 p.m. tonight. That is... 6 more hours from now. If you keep redeeming past the limit, then that's on you. Width screen. But where's the redeem for the full maid outfit to go with the ears? I don't have one of those, okay? Grid, place, items, center. Okay, and we're gonna have a level. And it's gonna have background is level 0.png. It's gonna have entities, which is just an empty array for now. It's gonna have start pos, which is new vector 2, 4, 6. We're gonna have tile map, which is just going to be, I guess we'll create like a range. Thief? Cheater? No, hold on. You know the time limit for the stream. If people keep redeeming past them, that's on them, okay? Alright, our tile map is going to be of range 0 to 7 dot map. I is equal to 0 or I is equal to 6, question mark. True otherwise, or 1 otherwise 0. And that's going to be for 5, and then we're going to do range 0 to 7 dot map 1. Okay, so our tile map should then be 7 by 7, and it should basically be opaque on just the edges, I think, is what that says. And we don't need a key. Key is unnecessary. So we got background, entities, start position, tile map. Why is this red? Oh, because it needs to be a function. It needs to be a generator. Cool, okay. Let's see what happens if the game loads. npm run dev. Okay, I'm seeing exactly nothing. Why am I not seeing anything? So, okay, size screen is not working? That's weird. Because Tailwind does have the size property. I guess size screen just doesn't exist. Very strange. Hey there, Coda, how you doing? Okay, so now we have the map, and it's not able to load the image. That's fine. I think I just need to go, like, res/level 0. Oh wait, no, I remember what I have to do. I need to go import level from level, or wait, no, level 0, image level 0 from /res/level 0.png. And then I can throw that in here. How's the fellow Del? I assume you mean like Game Jammer? I'm doing good. We're making a puzzle game about making. It's like a soccer band style game where you're running around as a little what's it called? What is it? The moth, the poodle moth, and you are attempting to get to the end of the level while having like a bunch of little other creatures in your way. Okay. Cannot resolve. Oh, because we're in the components file. Let's do that. Still cannot resolve. Really? Hold on, that's slightly worrisome. What's happening? Oh, we're 2 levels down. Okay, there was nothing to be worried about. I was just dumb. Okay, so this is 3 times scale. We will probably do it so that the scale is just like the maximum that the screen can support. So like if you go into full screen, then it might show 4 times. I'm also tempted to like bake in a grid into the UI to make it easier to see, although that might not be necessary depending on what we do. Okay. Now we're gonna have a class here. This is going to be size 8. Oh shit, okay, hello raiding party, how you doing? Thank you for the raid, Brainless. Yeah, how's everyone doing? I guess I should probably explain what we're doing again. Okay, we're making a game, we're making a game where you are playing as a poodle moth, and you are trying to get across a kind of grid-based environment. It's a puzzle game, and you are, there's like a bunch of other different like bugs and stuff that are in the way that have different interactions. Ludum Dare theme is tiny creatures, so that's where all the bugs are coming from. Hey there, KM Dreco. Hey there, Rainless. Hey there, TV Josh. Okay, so we need our background image to be, let's see, import player, image player from // res player.png. Image player in here, background size, BG cover, and we don't want it to be rounded, but we want its position, so we're going to have it be absolute, and its top, actually let's use translation, so we'll go translate, I think we can just do basically like this.pos times 32 px, this.pos times 32 px, and this needs to be .y and .x. What programming language is that? This is JavaScript. I'm making this game in React.js, which is a component library. It's not, or not a component library, like a web development component framework. This is not normal development. I'm doing something very strange here. Okay, so our player is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6 down, so let's make it 3 and then 5. Okay, we spawn in the right position. Cool. Now we need to allow the player to actually move. So, what we need to do probably is make it so that the, when the player presses a key, we determine if they're in, like, the accepting input state. And then if they are, we want to move them, take them out of the accepting input state, put all of the entities into a state where they can either return a promise or not. That determines when they're done. And then let them animate, and then the player can resume after that. So, yeah, basically, we need like a key press handler. So, I think what we need to do is have like a current input. So, basically, actually this is a good example to test something. If I do transition all, or let's go transition duration 150, and then I have a step function, which goes this.pos.x plus equals 1. And then inside of our app, we have a, I guess inside of our level, we have a const force rerender, or let's go, integrity is equal to a number equal to 0, and then we have a const re-render is a use callback, which all it does is just go integrity I plus 1. And that is like that. And then we go and we create an effect. And in here we're gonna go set interval. And this is gonna happen every second, and we're gonna go entities.forEach e dot on step. And then we're gonna call re-render after that. Okay. Are we moving? Oh, this needs to have no timeout. Okay, hold on. Okay, so it's moving. But it's not animating. Color, background color, text decoration. Oh, because this doesn't actually include translate. Very interesting. Okay, so let's go into player and then change this to transition all. How am I so fast? I feel like I'm going very slow right now. I'm actually very worried about the progress that I'm going at, but that could also just be because I'm very used to web development. I'm not entirely sure. I've been doing this sort of thing for quite a while. Okay, so our player can move and is promptly moving off of the map, which is not what we want, but that's fine. Let's lower the duration. Let's set it to like 100 instead. Now, what do we need to do? Okay, we need to make it so that the player responds to keyboard events. So let's go into the level, and instead of doing this, we're going to have a key down callback. We're also going to have a direction vector, so we're going to go, what will happen when that countdown goes to 0? Are you talking about the set interval here? So, oh, the countdown on the screen, I have to take off the cat ears. Or, I mean, I get to take off the cat ears. I want them off. I definitely want them off, so I get to take them off when that timer hits 0. Yeah, there's like a channel points reward. I should actually, here, let me put some text on the screen for that. Let's go like this. And then we'll go, where'd it go? Cat ears timer. And let's make this red. Yes. Okay. Oh, fuck, that changed the music down here. Hold on. I don't want, like, a reference. I want a dupe of it. Copy, paste duplicate. Okay. Ears timer. And we're gonna go from this color to this color. Cool. And we're gonna stick that right here. And I'm just gonna move this to the top. We'll move both of these up slightly. Okay, there we go. Cool. Where is the chat? Is it overlapping? No, it's not. Good. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're gonna have a key down callback, and it needs to set the current direction. So we're gonna have const input direction is going to be a vector 2. And we're gonna have some keys here. W, A, S, and D. So, fun, weird fact. Actually, let's go, bool Dvorak equals false. So, weird fact about me, I use a different keyboard layout, and so I always have to have some level of keybind support in my games, at least just, like, on the back end, so then I can, actually work on the game as I'm making it. So, key down callback, we're gonna go, if keyboard event e dot key is equal to W and not Dvorak, or e dot key is equal to, I need to actually go check what the key code is, because it's a symbol. Okay, it is just the comma key. Okay, cool. Or it's equal to comma and Dvorak, or e dot key. We're also going to support arrow keys. Arrow up. Input direction is going to be equal to new vector to 0, -1. Okay. Cool. else if it's equal to A and not Dvorak, or also A and Dvorak, or arrow left, then we're going to make you go in the negative direction on the x-axis, or if it is S and not Dvorak, or O and Dvorak, or keyboard arrow down, we're going to make you go positive in the y-axis, or if it is to the right, then we're going to make you go positive in the x-axis. Okay, perfect. Then we're also going to have const key up callback, which is going to do this. And what we actually want to do is store that last key. And I guess that means that we need to only set that if we're here. So we're going to go last key is equal to e.key. And we're going to say last movement key and change this to movement direction. Then on key up callback, if e.key is equal to last movement key, movement direction is equal to new vector 2, 0, 0. So we're going to make sure that basically if you press down a key, it tracks that movement direction. And if you release the last movement direction key that you've pressed, then it stops movement. Basically just because we want you to be able to hold down the key, and HTML isn't particularly good at having like continual detection of what keys are pressed. So this is just a simple way to do it, I guess. Window.add event listener, key down callback, and we're gonna go key up callback. Oh, I changed my casing halfway through it, ew. Then we're also going to return a cleanup function that removes the callbacks. Cool. Okay. And then on key down, we're gonna say, I guess what we need is like a kind of infinite loop, right? So for now, though, let's just go... No, I guess we still do need an infinite loop. So let's go let on move is going to be... let's go let state is going to be state.input enum state input and response, I guess we'll call it for now. Cool. And then we're gonna go const anim callback is equal to this, and we're gonna go request animation frame anim callback in here, and we're gonna go if state is equal to state.input and movement direction dot magnitude dot length squared, sure, is not equal to 0. Then we're going to go, oh, we should also store the player. Const player equals use memo, and we're going to return the player here. Nope. Let me have use memo. Oh, it needs a dependency. And then we'll put the player in here. Cool. And then we're gonna say player.pos is equal to, or player.pos.add? Yeah, okay. Player.pos.add movement direction. And then this dot state, or state is equal to state.response. Then we're going to go entities.forEach e. I guess entities.map e.step. On step needs to return a promise. And we're going to go promise.resolve in the default function. And so a promise is basically something that takes like a certain amount of time to resolve it basically can be triggered to resolve remotely, and that triggers anything that listens for it. So by making each on-step method return a promise, if we wait for all the promises to be done, then we can have each of our entities emit to those promises when they're done to say, okay, we're done updating. The default promise here is just promise.resolve, which means it immediately says it's done. And so then we're mapping each entity to its onStep function, which returns a promise. And then we're going to go promise.all onto those promises, and then .then. So then once all the promises are complete, then we're going to go state equals state.input. Okay. Let's clear out the player's onStep method. Successfully built. Cannot read properties of undefined reading length squared. Interesting. Why the hell not? So, movement direction. Oh, because I didn't define it. Let's just go new vector 2. This should also just be new vector 2. Okay. And it's not working. Why is it not working? Let's call console.log and then call back. Make sure that it's actually running. It sure is. Okay. And let's go console.log movement direction. So it is set. What is state? That's fine. What is movement direction dot length squared? Okay, that's set. Oh, I just didn't say render. Re-render. Oh, wow, okay. Well, it works. It's a little bit too snappy. Okay, yeah, so that's another benefit to having this all be, like, promise-based. So we have all the entities which require, like, a certain amount of time to resolve. But we can also just add in a new promise here. And the body of the promise is a function that takes in a function that resolves a promise. And then we can just do set timeout, resolve, and then min move interval. And then if we go and define min move interval as some number, this timeout will resolve in this amount of time, which is 200 milliseconds, and then it will resolve the promise. And until that promise is resolved, we can't keep going. So if nothing makes the game wait, mainly we're allowing it to wait because we want to be able to have animations, right? But if nothing makes the game wait, then we can just wait for the minimum move interval. But if something takes longer than the minimum movement interval, then this effectively doesn't do anything. There we go! Okay, our guy moves. Perfect. How freakish. I don't like that it can, like, ignore my movements if I move too quickly. That's probably mostly just the timeout, though. Like, in the player, we only wait for 100 milliseconds, but in the level we wait for 200, which is probably why it feels like it's dropping inputs. Yeah, that feels a lot nicer. Not enough unit tests? Yeah, because I'm definitely gonna put unit tests in this thing. That's not happening. Okay, it's a little bit too easy to double input now, though. So I think I'm gonna increase the move interval to 150. That's like a nice safe time where, like, most people won't double input if they don't, Or I wonder, we could potentially make it so that it's basically just whenever you press a key. Like, do we actually want you to be able to hold down your position? Like, this is a puzzle game. Maybe being able to hold stuff down is kind of, like, pointless. Yeah, maybe what we'll do is instead of setting the movement direction and then clearing it, we will set the movement direction here, and then, and this section we will also clear the movement direction. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking that. I think it's because, like, Baba is you technically lets you hold the movement keys. But that's, like, it feels kind of strange. Okay, so there we go. Now you can't double input. But it does keep track of your key presses. I don't know if that is what we want. Maybe what I'll do is I'll actually go like const min input timeout, and this is gonna be 50, and then we're gonna go set timeout, and then we'll reset the movement direction here on min input timeout. It's basically just so that if you press like 2 keys at once, it doesn't accidentally trigger both movements. Okay. Cool. Alright. Okay, so that feels relatively okay. What do we need now? Okay, so probably we need to make it so that you can't move into things that are solid. That's like a fairly simple ask, right? So let's make it so that let's go const new pos is going to be player.pos clone. Yeah. Dot add movement direction. And we're gonna go player.pos is equal to new pos. But first of all, we're gonna go if tilemap new pos.y new pos.z or .x is equal to 0. We're gonna do this. Otherwise, we're going to, I guess we'll go if it's equal to, if it's not equal to 0, then player.bump new pos, because we'll do a little animation. Otherwise, we'll update their player position and then cause everything to re-render. React is a really bad framework to do this in. This is occurring to me now, because our player, it doesn't have managed state, so we can't make it re-render. It can't re-render itself. Hold on, I need to think about this briefly. Let's think. So that's because our players are not components, right? Our players are just they're just entities which have render functions. So there's no way for us to really push a new render stage. Like, we can't force it to render something. So what's the alternative? Like, because there's some benefits to having React. Like, I get free tweening. Image loading is really easy. The main issue is just that, like, I can't make, like, if this isn't a component, I can't control it like a component. So maybe I should just make it a component. Use Python. No, I think I'm good. Yeah, these should probably all be components. I think. Oh god, okay. If they're all components, then that means that Pixie.js. I need to get something to work though. I don't want to like go too deep into this. I just want to continue using comfy web stack because I'm a simple person with simple desires. So I just need to think this through briefly. I think we make them all components. What about P5.js? We could do P5. I just can't help but feel like I will be screwing myself over if I don't give myself all the web tech I'm used to and instead go into an engine that I'm not familiar with. If you want to go full game engine, I'd recommend Godot. Oh, this is for Team to hydrate. One sec. Yeah, 48 hours, I don't have much time. So, we'll probably stick with React. I've never used Godot for something significant. I've done a tiny bit of texture stuff in it for like an existing game project. But no, not really. Most of what I do is on my own game engine. Yeah, this is my, like, this is my voxel game engine, and it's pretty much the main thing that I work on. Not, I don't use any existing engines usually, because I'm a weirdo. Anyways. I love it. I teach it at my university game dev club that I'm president of, and everyone picks it up super quickly. Oh, you're the president of a game dev club? What university? I am currently a president of a game dev club in UVic. I was watching you develop this on YouTube. It's pretty awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I wanna get back to developing it, but I need to make this jam work. I need to like focus. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Florida State University. Yo, what a weird coincidence. That's cool. So if we make each level a component, and then we make each entity a component within the level, we can compose it without state, or without classes. And then we're using React systems properly. Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. I don't know if anyone's used enough React for this to make sense. I'm just gonna, sure, that's fine. But we have our level component, which takes a background image, and then it also takes a size, or actually just collision. And then we have our player component with a position. And then we have our entities. So we have, like, I don't know, like grasshopper. Okay. Then we can actually handle our movement stuff through, like, proper rendering code. And we can have a game context. That is provided to all of them. That gives them access to game state. This is better. This is better. Probably. I'm also slowly developing my own engine, but I use Godot for game jams and club-related stuff. That seems to be, like, a lot of people. Like, people seem to really like Godot, and I don't blame them, because, like, it's super nice to have an open-source game engine. I just, I really like doing everything myself. Okay, so we also don't really have any, like, club-wide projects happening right now. A bunch of people from the club that I run are participating in Ludum Dare, which is cool. Okay, so time for a refactor. Game content using Redux? Delta, why do I feel like you're trying to make as many weird non sequiturs as you can? You didn't already assume that's what he was doing? I just... fair. Okay. Game state is going to be a context. Game state context data. I don't know, you're a BE dev? I don't know what that is. Oh, backend. Oh, I get it, I get it, I get it. Export const game state context is going to be use context nothing as game state context data. Please let me be free. Oh, wait. This is supposed to be create context. That's fine. Cool. This is gonna have nothing in it for now, and we're gonna go, const use game state. Return use context, game state context. Cool. You're a bee. Okay. We're gonna export that. It's only 5 more letters to spell backend. Yo, I like that Twitch smiley face emote. Okay. So now we're gonna have our level component. And it's just going to be a provider for the game state. So provider, I guess I need game state context out of here. Game state context.provider value is equal to game state. And then inside of that, we're going to have props.children. Alright, then our props here are going to be children, which is a preact dot or component children. Okay, and then we're going to need a game state. Game state, set game state, going to be a use state, game state context data. Cool. Cool. And that is going to include within it a state property. Which I guess we should probably have in context here. State is state in here. I know. Lovely. Export, import, blah, blah, blah. State is going to be state.input in here. Cool. Then we're going to provide it in here. Cool. So that's our level. Now we're going to have a background. Why can't I spell? Background.tsx, which is going to be like this, and we're going to have interface props, and it's going to be image, which is going to be a string, props, and we're going to take the game state. Cool. And then, just like we did in the level, we're going to return a div with the background in it. Except this time we're not rendering any entities. Oh, and we also need the level to get a tile map. Cool. And we're going to pass that into game state. And in game state, we're going to go tile map is going to be a number array. Hold on, my earbuds just died. I need to swap out for the other ones. Okay. Let's get back the here. Cool. And then can I get sound again? That would be nice. Audios is nice to have. Hello, computer? Why am I not getting sound? What is happening? Oh, hold on. There we go. Okay. Perfect. All better. Okay, cool. So tile map is a double number array, and we're going to expose that in level. Perfect. Then in here, we're going to have our props.image, and then in here, we're going to have gamestate.tilemap in here, so our background takes up the right amount of size. And we should also probably have this in the level itself. Like, this probably shouldn't just be a provider. It should probably at least be a div with class like relative, and then set the width and height on it as well. Cool. Cool. Now we're gonna need a, So now if we do level and we pass in the tile map here, we're missing children, that's fine. We'll have a background element, and its image is going to be image level 0 in here. Alright, if we re-render, what happens? We should get a background, but nothing in it. Yes, let's look at the Preact DevTools. I don't have the Preact DevTools, never mind. Okay, I'm going to assume it's working. So, this is our background, this is our game state, which is not scaled up. That's a problem. Level should be scaled up, background should not be. So let's throw that in here. Cool, better. Now we need to be able to have our player. So we're going to have a player, which is in entities, but we're going to move that over to components. And we're going to delete the entities folder. Alright. Now our player is going to be different, because it needs to be an actual component. So we're going to import H from Preact, and we're going to export player. Now how are we going to do this? So what do we need to do to make this work? We need to be able to query the list of players, and we need to expose, or we need to query the list of entities and expose functionality for them. This is React, so it's not like we can do that imperatively. But what we could do is we could make the game state take a list of entities, which have, like, functions in them. Time to make a new hook. Properties here. And this is going to be a function that generates them. We're going to go const props is use state props. We're going to pass in the props initialization function. Oh, props factory, sure. Okay, so there's our props. Our props is going to include a position. It's going to include an on interact, or on intersect, which is going to be a function that returns a boolean. And then we're going to have an on step in here, which is going to be a function that returns a promise void. Not on stop, on step. Cool. And then what we need to do is in game state, we need to have an entities list. And we want this interface in here. Cool. And we're going to say that this is entity, and we're going to create an effect. Use layout effect. Oh, and we also need const game state. Use game state. And we're gonna go game state.entities.push, entity, GameState.entities.splice, GameState.entities.index of entity 1. Cool. So that's going to add our entity to the entities list and delete it otherwise. Cool. And we want to go like entity instance, and we're also going to have an export interface entity hooks. This code is really cursed. I don't know how I feel about this, but it's gonna work. So we do that. Cool. Our entity needs to return some data, so we're gonna return a vector2 position. And then we're going to also return a set position, which is a vector2. And we're also going to have a const pos set pos is a use state vector2 entity dot pos. And we're going to call this set pos raw. We're going to go const set pos is going to be a use callback, which takes a position, and then calls set pos raw with pos, and then also goes entity.pos is equal to pos. Any creature is tiny if you're big enough. Are you making a game with like a giant? Then we're going to return an entity ret, which is going to have a position and a set position. And that is it for now. And we'll probably end up doing stuff in here later. Okay, but now our entities are stateful. They're actually in the React ecosystem. So if we go into here and we go const entity equals use entity. In fact, actually, since use entity, no, that's fine. So we're gonna do use entity, and we need to return a constructor for its info. And we're actually going to have some props for the player as well, where we're going to say new vector2 for the position, or vector2. And then we're going to go props, pos, props.pos, on intersect, true, on step, promise.resolve. Cool. And then now we're going to return a div that is positioned properly. We should load an image player. Cool. Okay, and we're going to use pos.x and pos.y, entity.pos.x and entity.pos.y. Cool. And then we also want to have a use effect on the player specifically that is going to have a key down event. Or wait, why am I doing nested effects? That's not what I want. Key down is going to be a keyboard event. Key up is also going to be a keyboard event. And here's where the movement code is going to go now. And we're going to go window.addEventListener, key down, key down. Add event listener, key up. Key up. And we're going to return a function that removes the event listener from both. Okay, now where is our old code for moving things? These, okay. So we'll keep the movement logic. Except we're gonna do this slightly differently. So key up is probably gonna be empty for now. And instead of this here, we're gonna go if, so we need the game state, const game state, use game state, if state dot state is equal to, what am I thinking? State dot state is equal to state dot input. Then we're going to go state dot, we're gonna go entity dot set pos, entity dot pos dot clone dot sub. Alright, dot add. And we're gonna take the position. Okay. And then in addition to all of that, let's actually do this on the outside here. We're gonna go if the state is equal to state.input, all of this stuff inside. And we're gonna set the entity pos, and then we're going to call state.player moved, or player inputted. Cool, and we're basically gonna do that for all 4 movement directions. And then we need a function in the game state My biggest issue right now is that game state is provided by level and it's an object, right? And we need that object to mutate for the children to re-render. But that means that this object here will never mutate, meaning that this effect will always have stale state. So I think what we actually need here is we need to allow this to re-render when the state changes, which is kind of slow and not performant, but I don't think it matters for this sort of game. It's going to be simple enough. So that's our game state, and we need to go, let's actually just go step game is what the function's going to be called. Cool. Const step game is going to be a function. Is this part of the, is this the A part or A class? What? Is this the A part or A class of the competition that allows you to use ChatGPT? Are you talking about, like, am I technically allowed to use AI in this bracket? Oh, is there... Okay. Technically, yeah, you can. I don't plan on it, though. Okay. I'm going to have a bit of a circular dependency going on here. Let's do it like this. Game state context hooks is a separate type from game state context data. And we're going to pass both into here. Then we're going to go const hooks are equal to use memo. And this is going to return game state object hooks. Cool. Then step game can be defined after this. And then we can do what is happening? Context data is going to be another memo, which returns state and hooks, and depends on state and hooks. And now we can pass this into here. Cool. Okay. Now what we're going to do is go state equals state dot response. Or maybe I can go set game state dot 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 state is equal to state dot response. We're overusing the word state just slightly. But don't worry, it's fine. Okay, so we set it into response state. Then we go... I guess what I actually want to do here is wrap this whole thing. We're going to return that new state. Then we're going to go const state.entities.forEach or .map e.onStep. And then we're going to go promise.all of those .then. And then in here, we're going to set game state, and then state is equal to state.input. So basically what we've got here, this is quite dumb, but what's happening is when we call step game, we immediately call set game state, which will set our game state to a new value, triggering a re-render. But another benefit of it is that it gives us the latest value of the state in this function, which we need. So we take that latest value, and we return it, but just permute it to have state.response, which means our player cannot input. But at the same time, we run through all of the entities in it, and then trigger onStep, which we already know returns a promise. And then when all of those are done, we call setGameState again, taking the new state value and then setting the state to state.input. So basically we set the state to no input, and then we ask each entity to do whatever it's going to do, and then we set the state back into input. Cool. And then we're going to have onStep in here, or step game. Cool. I guess let's find out if it works. So, in my level now, or wait, I guess in my app, yeah, let's have a player whose pos is going to be new vector 2, 3, 5. Okay. I don't see it. It is here. but it's off screen. Oh, because the background needs to be position absolute. Or maybe actually the better thing to do would be to have level be grid, and then grid areas. And we're gonna go grid template. Let's just do this in style. Grid template areas is going to be just A. And then we're going to have and everything. Grid area A. That's some cursed tailwind, but I think it should work. Let's find out. It looks like it might have worked. Yeah, except I need to not put this in quotes. Perfect. So basically what we've done is we've said this whole thing has one grid cell. And it is the whole thing. And then every child in it is going to be set to that one area. And now we can move. Okay. Okay. So we have movement again, but now the whole thing is actually programmed. So let's try going into here, and let's now get const ref is going to be a use ref to an HTML div element. Cool. And we're gonna take a reference to this. Okay, and now what we're gonna do is we're gonna say const new pos is going to be vector to like that. We're gonna go new pos plus new pos dot add new vector to 0, -1. New vector to -1, 0. New vector to 0, 1, and then new vector to 1, 0. So we're setting our coordinates in here. And then we're gonna go down here. If new pos dot length squared is not equal to 0, and state.state is equal to state.input. This just lets me remove a level of nesting here, which could potentially be fucky in the future. Then we want to update the position and then step the game. But now that we have a little bit more leniency here on what's happening, because we're doing this logic in its own spot, we can actually check if we're going to collide. So let's just say if move pos, or if new pos, I guess what we want is state.tilemap new pos.y, new pos.x is equal to 0, then we'll let us move. This is not working. Why not? Interesting. So console.log state.tilemap. Okay. Cool. So that is what I expected it to look like. Why isn't it working? Oh, because I need to go new vector2.add player dot or state or entity dot pos. Yeah. There we go. Okay. That's not what? Huh. why is this only doing this? Entity.pos, new pos. So it is working. Oh! Oh, because I'm blind. This should be new pos. Okay, cool. So now we can't get out of the box. These aren't solid because we didn't actually program them to be solid, but we can do that. Also, we need to make sure that we don't allow, like, absolute spamming, which we currently do. Keyboard layout agnostic, so Dvorak checks wouldn't be needed. I actually can't do that because I have a weird-ass keyboard, and I actually have the keys remapped in hardware. It's not like, it's not Dvorak in the sense that, like, it's a software mod. My computer thinks it's QWERTY, but my keyboard itself sends different key codes. Okay, so... Okay, so we move the player. Let's go and try to add actual collision here. So if we change this range here to instead be 10100001, and then we change this range here to be 10011101. Cool. We can still kind of like speedrun movement though. We want to be able to make that not happen. So hypothetically, if I go into the player and I make on step do a new promise, void, res, and then we go on to go set timeout, res, 1000. This should only let us send one input a second. Correct. Okay. Let's change it down to 100, which is the animation time, just so that we basically can't input multiple inputs during an animation sequence. Good. Okay, we have what we already had, but now it's in React, and now we can do cool stuff. Like, for example, if we want to write our bump function, so if we go const bump equals use callback, and we're gonna say 2, which this is going to take a vector 2, and we're also gonna make it depend on entity.pos, and then we go in here and we also make it depend on bump, and then we go if that else bump new pos, then we can basically go ref.current.style.transform is going to be made equal to uh, 2.x times 32, 2.y times 32, and then set timeout. And we're going to set that back to the entity position after 50 milliseconds. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? Hold on. Bump. Okay, so we're getting the message bump. I wonder if it's because it's immediately re-rendering. No, but I don't think it is. Like, let's go console.log re-render. So it's not re-rendering, which is what I would expect. So why is bump not working? Ref.current.style. Oh, because this is supposed to be translate. Wow, I actually wrote a bunch of bad code. Just built your first working combat log? What is a combat log? Ref.current.style.translate. Wait, what is a combat log? You gotta tell me. Progress is going... It's going. React might not be the right choice for this, but it's what I ended up doing. What the fuck is happening? Oh. Love the soundtrack? Oh, I love the Cobalt Core OST. It's great. There we go. That's a little bit overly intense, but, you get the point. Now we can animate it being upset. Let's bump it a little bit. Entity.pos.y plus 2.y minus entity.pos.y divided by 8. Whoa, okay, hold on. I thought that would work. Hold on, combat log text output telling the player the results of damage and attacks and so forth. That makes sense. Wish we could use that OST in the compo, yeah. If only. Just tell them to play it in the background, it'll be fine. No. Oh, I see what's happening. This all needs to be multiplied by 32. Here, it's order of operations. Okay. Yeah, okay. So now we have a bump when you try to walk somewhere where you can't. Okay, cool. I'm gonna take a quick... Oh, what sort of game am I making? I'm making a Sokoban type game where you are traveling through an environment as a little bug, and you are trying to basically maneuver around a bunch of other bugs that have their own behaviors to get to the end of the level. So there's stuff like caterpillars, which will like grow into a butterfly if you let them eat food. There are snails, which if you push them, they're gonna like roll. There's inchworms, where like they're gonna take up space, but if you push them on the butt, then they like scrunch up and then let you by, but otherwise they're immovable. There's like a bunch of different creatures we're gonna have, and it's gonna make a puzzle game. Where hopefully the graphics are gonna look a little bit better than this. Actually, in fact, just to like ease my eye pain, I'm gonna change the background color here. BG Gray 800. Slate 800. Yeah, there we go. Nice, okay. Alright, I'm gonna quickly use the bathroom. I will be right back. See you in like 10. Alright, I am back. But I'm gonna take a few minutes to eat some snacks while I wait. Or just like recover some energy because my brain is tired. How is everyone doing? How has your compo been going, or your jam been going if you're participating? How long have I been doing React stuff? Probably for about 5 years. Quite a while. Internal screaming. Is it going bad? Yeah, I've been doing React for a long time. I started by making just like some fairly simple websites and things. I've made a couple web apps. I'm selling a project that I made in React. Currently, I've got like a small little like business calculator thing that I sell to certain people. Yeah, it's a framework that I've used for a while, and I like it a lot. I started around the time when class components got transitioned into function components. Like, I remember at the time that I started, a lot of the docs were still assuming class components. What's going on, Intix? Are you struggling with something? Everything's been mostly smooth. That's good. Oh, this is a weird little bug. Look at that. So it looks like I'm up here, but I'm actually over here, because the timeout is overriding my position if I press keys fast enough. Huh. That's probably a pretty easy fix. I can just check if the string is still the same, basically. I can save this, and then I can save, put it there, and then if ref.current.style.translate is not equal to bumpster, then return. That should make it impossible for that to happen. Looks like it. Yep, we're good. Oh, just so much to do. Yeah, I gotcha. I missed that message because he sent 2 in a row, and I was like, oh, just so much to do. Yeah, there's a lot. I'm realizing how big the scope of this project is. I need, like, levels and entities, and... This might be overscoped. But if I get a couple puzzle components, I can at least make a few levels with it. I really like the idea of the centipedes. I think they'll be fun. Yeah, baby steps. Just gotta keep putting pieces together, you know, and eventually I'll have something out of it. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it'll be somewhere. I went out and bought myself a bunch of snacks for this event, because, you know, I don't want to have to go out and spend jam time outside. This is a combo. I've got to sit here and do absolutely nothing, right? Okay, so I think let's get back into this. So we have our creature. We have a map that has collision. Let's try and create like a really simple... Well, I guess simple might be a misnomer here, but let's try and create an entity. So, out of our creatures that we have, I think we should do snail. Snail is cool. Yeah, so the deal with the snail is that it is going to not move until you bump it, and then it's going to bounce all the way to the end. You made your own font? Like, is it an image font, or did you actually make, like, a true type font in this time span? That's kind of crazy, either way. I don't actually think we need the key up event for anything. Okay. Let's go... This doesn't do anything anymore. We're gonna make a new file, snail.tsx. I'm really interested to know what your font thing is. Tossed it in Discord. Hold on, I'm gonna take a look at this. Oh, yo, you made like a pixel font. Is it rendering? Like, is that like a Unity thing that you can do? You can just make like pixel fonts? Okay, so we're gonna have a snail. We're gonna have use game state and use entity. And this is gonna take in a pos. How did you make like an actual font like that? Like quickly? Interface props, pos, vector 2. Okay, and then we're gonna go, why is this so mad at me? Yes, I know it wants an entity instance, so why won't it let me give it to it? Whatever. On step, promise.resolve, on intersect, true. Oh, I need an extra curly, or an extra parenthesis. Okay. Cool, so now we've got our on intersect and on step. Basically what we should do is, if the tile is empty, Then we want to go through each entity and find all intersecting entities. So we're going to go const intersecting entities. Or wait, const can move. It's going to be entity dot find, or blocks movement is going to be entity dot sum, or I guess state dot entities dot sum entity, and we're going to basically scan through and go ent dot on intersect. This should be a function that takes an other, which I guess we'll just give it an entity instance. And if we're going to give it an entity instance, then we may as well give it a name. Yeah. Okay. Now the player is going to get the name player, and the snail is going to get the name snail. Okay. So now the player, it's going to go, okay, am I intersecting? And we're going to return entity. Oh, I guess entity ret is not the same as entity instance, is it? I should probably call this entity props, and then call this entity instance. And then I'm going to give this name in here. And then we're going to return const instas use memo entity instance, and we're gonna make it depend on props.name. Position and set position. Cool. Now that we have an instance, we can go in here and say entity instance, and we can go ent.pos is equal to new pos. If so, entity.onIntersect, otherwise false. So basically what that's going to do is it's going to trigger the intersect handler for each of the entities, and if any of them return true, this is going to be true. So const can move is going to be state.map.whatever is equal to 1, false. Otherwise, not this. Then we're going to go if can move to that. Okay. So that should mean that if we place a snail on the map, which I guess we should probably give graphics, huh? Let's actually make it return something. Import h from React, and we need an image snail. I'm gonna make another beautiful 32 by 32 image. I'm just gonna use this canvas. We're just gonna get the snail shell, and then we're gonna get the snail body, and then we want 2 little donglies for its head, for its ears. Wow! I love it. I don't know. I like this guy. I don't know how to explain it, but I think he's good. Alright. Snail.png. Okay, image snail. Import image snail from res snail.png. We don't need a reference right now. Now let's go into level, or sorry, app, snail, pos is equal to new vector 3, or new vector 2, 0, 6, or 0, 5. Cannot be used as a JSX component because I've somehow reorganized that wrong. Okay. Oh no, he's stuck! No! Let's fix him. Let's put him at 1, 5, or let's go 1, 4. Okay. So he is there, but we're not able to bonk him yet. His on intersect should return true. So if the tile is 1, then false. Otherwise, we're looking for an entity whose on intersect returns true. So this should trigger. Let's see if it's being triggered at all. If we go to snail, we go on intersect, console.log, snail intersected, return true. Nothing. Okay. In that case, let's print out state.entities. So it's x is 1, y is 4. So oh wait, I know what's happening. It's because I'm comparing these with strict equality, which JavaScript is not prone to accepting. That's like, they would only ever be true if it was the exact same object. Okay. Let's try this again. Yay! Okay. So we can't bonk the snail. Or we can bonk the snail, but we can't move it yet. Let's create another graphic for our snaily boy. That is, it when it's balled up. So, we'll grab that. Go back to brush. What? Why does K... I don't know what the keybinds are in Krita yet. I don't use it very often. Okay, there's our snail hiding. Now where is snail? Image snail hide. Okay. I guess what we want is we want these to also be able to return a promise. So we should say this is going to stop movement. Or I guess like, huh. How am I gonna do this? Because I want the player to be able to bump immediately when it hits it. But I also want it to, like, I also want it to let it move, right? I guess if I just program it to bump always and it returns a promise, then if it is allowed to move, that movement will immediately override the bump. So let's go other is going to be a entity instance, and we're going to go const posdiff is going to be other dot pos dot clone dot sub entity dot pos posdiff. Okay. So Yeah, so that's one tile, perfect. So that's our position. Cool. And now we're gonna go, const fling snail is going to be equal to a function. Use callback. And we're gonna send in a direction, which is a vector 2. And we're gonna go const endPos is going to be, I guess I need the game state. Const game state. Cool, so there's our game state. And then we're gonna go and make this intersect function. Okay, this is an interesting one because our callback can change, right? It's going to update continually. We're gonna make a function here. This is super hacky, but I really don't care because we're trying to make this as fast as we can. Export type game state is equal to game state context data and game state context hooks. Game state from this function. And then we're gonna go into the app, or the level, sorry. And game state context hooks is going to have a current function, which is just going to return... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, more ears. I guess I'm never gonna be free of the ears, am I? Let me update the timer. You're so mean to me. Okay. So basically what we need to do is grab the latest context data. So what we're actually going to do is go const current game state is going to be a user reference to game state. And it's going to be null as game state. Don't worry about that, it's fine. Or null as any. Then we're going to say current game state is equal to context data, and we're going to say game state here. Current game state dot current, and then we're going to return current game state dot current. That should do it. So now, if we just ask for the current game state right here, state.current dot tile map, then that should give us the current tile map. We want to get another hook here, which is find intersection. Or let's go so there's gonna be two things. We're gonna change this. So we're gonna change on intersect to that, and then intersects or collides entity instance boolean. Cool. And then we're gonna have a game state property called find collision or collides, which is going to return an entity instance or a boolean or false. Or I guess an entity instance or a boolean. Cool. And then in our app, or in our level, sorry, what is the game genre of the current project? We're trying to make a Sokoban type puzzle game about like moving around as a little moth in a garden and like having to solve puzzles with a bunch of different like small creatures. So it's a puzzle game. We're gonna have a collides function, which is going to be hey, I'm back. How's the game going? It's going good. We're slowly making progress. We have our moth, our beautiful moth, and we have a snail. And the snail stops collision, but we don't have it doing anything yet. Yeah, it's a puzzle. Socket Band's like the box pushing game where you need to try and get a box to the end of the level. It's like a very famous like game genre slash franchise, I guess. We're gonna go const get current game state. Actually, this use callback current game state dot current. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So we're gonna have collides and current. And now we need to make it so that collides goes, it needs a position. We're gonna go if current.tilemap pos.y pos.x is not equal to 0, return true. And then we're gonna go, const colliding entity is going to be current.entities.find ent.collides, or ent.pos.equals pos and ent.collides. With is going to be an entity instance. So our collides function takes 2 values. Why is this freaking out? What is... Oh, because with is, stupid. Okay. Making a game from scratch, no game engine? Basically, yeah. I mean, I'm using React.js, which is, like a web layouting engine, but I'm not using any actual game engine. Okay, we're gonna change this from collides returning a boolean to this returning a promise void. Why am I not using a game engine? Basically just because I don't know. I've never really learned a game engine proper. Like, my first experience programming was with web dev. And then I moved on to wanting to make my own engine, which is it's a voxel game engine. And that's been, like, a lot of fun. And so I've just never really learned, like, an actual game engine. Just because I went straight from doing, like, non-game dev to making my own engine from scratch. My first programming experience was programming in Java. I guess, actually, technically I did too. Like, I did do Java. So, the full story is I started with Java when I was, like, 10. Tried to make a game in it, and I couldn't figure it out, because I was too young. Then in, I think, like, grade 9 of high school, I started doing stuff in GameMaker Studio, which I guess is an engine I know. That's true. It's just not, like, a big engine. And GameMaker Studio was fine, but then eventually I went into just, like, doing web dev, and then I started to do my own engine. Why is this sad? This is a boolean or entity props. This should be an entity instance array. Does that break this over here? Yes. Instance. We're gonna throw this down here. I need to find, like... Oh, this is so annoying. Okay. Hold on. Const last instance is going to be, touching grass. Oh, see you later. Use ref entity instance. This code is shit. This code is really shit. It's gonna start as null. Okay, and we're gonna go if last instance dot current const ind is going to be equal to gamestate.entities.find index of last instance dot current. And then we're gonna go gamestate.entities.splice gamestate.entities or ind delete count 1 instance. Otherwise, we're going to push the instance, and we're going to go last instance is equal to instance. And finally, we're going to throw it all out at the end. Okay. How much time has that project taken me? The voxel game? It's been about 6 years. But that's mainly because of, like, awful scope creep. But honestly, like, I've really been enjoying it. I don't know. Like, I'm a little bit crazy, but I really like doing stuff like that. State dot... Yeah, I know, 6 years. It's a bit unhinged, I get it, but I don't know if you're having fun, right? State.collides, new pos, entity... const collision is equal to that. If collision instance of, I guess, if type of collision is equal to boolean, or is not equal to boolean, then collision dot... I should be able to do something here. Collision dot on intersect. Oh, but it's gonna have properties that I need to access. That's fine, I can handle that. We just need to make entity instance also have an entity props hook. And then we'll go props. Okay. Is it finished? No, not yet. But it's getting close to being finished. It is genuinely getting close. I'm writing my 2D game framework for 5+ years too, rewriting it like 3 times. That's always like the bane of everything, is like doing massive refactors. I was doing that a lot for a long time, but now like I've gotten a lot closer to being finished and things are a lot more solidified, and so I'm having less of an issue with that. Condition will always return true since this promise.void is always defined. How much time do you think it'll take you to finish it? I think it'll probably take me about another year to get the engine done. Maybe less. And then once I have the engine done, I'll be able to actually work on my game, which is exciting. But like, that means like, I'm doing YouTube stuff right now, right? And so I'm like kind of building an audience off of talking about like voxel development as a concept. So I don't really mind that I'm taking time to build out the engine, because that just means that I've got more to talk about, right? Like, I like the art of just creating engine stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess the on intersect should probably return a promise boolean for whether to block the movement? Or no, I guess we don't want that. Oh, this is so hard to do. Oh my god. Okay. How's it going? I'm fine. I'm not struggling. I'm not struggling at all. How's it going? It's going good. Yeah. I don't know. How much time do you think it'll take? Or sorry, let me read the chat in order. Sounds fun, but very hard as well. It's definitely difficult, but like, I don't know. I think if like you end up just finding a project that you really care about, it becomes a lot easier perceptually, even if it's like actually difficult, I guess. Okay, so what? How did I manage to move the? No, I don't want that on here. Go over here. Ah, okay. So, what I want, okay, is an entity should be able to say, yes, I am collision. Or, No, I am not collision. Or it will say, yes, I want to do something on collide. Okay, you know what I need to do? I need to make on collide, which returns a tuple of stop movement, and then on collision, callback. That's what I need to do here. Yeah, totally me too, no struggles, totes smooth sailing, yeah. How's it going for you? Or is it a lot right now? Okay. So, how's it going? Is the game full of bugs yet? Not yet. Not yet. Mainly because we don't have much of a game yet. We need to return this. Struggling with the how do I make it fun part at the moment. Resisting scope creep. Things move for me. They collide. Some basic AI. Okay, that's good. Oh god, is the game full of bugs? Jeez, I get it. Stop movement. Intersection callback. That's basically what I need. Okay. Now hopefully I can do this properly. I'm getting stuck bike shedding the API. So collides needs to return the same thing. Needs to return a boolean and then a promise void. Okay. And then we're gonna go return false, or wait, return true, promise.resolve, right here. And then if we find an entity, that we're gonna call collides. I guess I need to do like, how do I do this? I guess I just need to go like, I need to do a for loop. That sucks. Let res equals, entity instance, or entity, yeah, wait, what? Entity instance should have the callbacks. Oh, I guess it's entity props. Entity props on intersect. Then I just need to go return value, or return type, entity props on intersect. Okay, and we're gonna go equals null as any. Or I guess, we'll do this. Cool. Is there salt in the game that can kill the poor snails? We could do that. It would make me really sad, but you know. I'm using Godot. Okay, that's nice. I just saw the Returnal mention in your inspirations. That company, the company I work for did the PC port for that. Oh, that's so cool! That's super cool. I absolutely love Returnal. Returnal's an amazing game. Was it good to work on it? Or, like, was it kind of exhausting? Entity. Const res equals ent dot props dot on intersect. I guess, if ent.pos pos. If not that, then return. If ent.pos on intersect other. If I guess I'll do res equals that, return. I guess like that. And I guess I want to actually do like a proper for loop, where I want to go for let entity of entities current.entities. Cool, and now I'm just gonna return res. Okay. Why is that not working? Oh. Interesting. Wait, so what have I done? This needs to be a function to a promise void. I didn't work on it, unfortunately. We're at Codev Studios. We have all kinds of projects on. I was on Sackboy PC and currently on Exodus with Archetype and Wizards of the Coast. Oh, that's really cool. I know the name Sackboy, and I don't know Exodus. I'm not much of like a... I tend to be very isolated in the games that I play. Returnal is actually like a weird step out of like the general genre that I work with. I usually just play like really niche indie sandbox games and Minecraft. But like I tend not to like jump out of that niche very often. Well, that's really cool though. Okay, the player's gonna have no return on that. And I'm gonna go true to block the movement, and then return a function that is asynchronous. Cool. And now the player is going to go if stops movement callback, if stops movement, or if not stops movement, do this. Otherwise, callback. I guess I do bump and then callback dot then. If not stops movement, then move. I think that makes sense. I think. I'm sure there's like a ton of really good games out there. Like, I should probably be more aware of like the industry. It's really cool that you like work on like actual games that get ports and stuff. Like, that's super cool. I just wish I knew what they were, you know? Like, that's like a me thing. Okay, so I'm not getting snail intersected in the console, which means my collides function is not working. Probably because of... Wait, hold on. Okay, we're not getting this at all. Player. Why am I not getting the snail? Probably my entity code is busted. Let's see. If last instance.current, then we find the index of it. Otherwise, we push console.log gamestate.entities. Okay. So there's two in here, snail and player. Okay, now let's print out console.log current.entities. There's two. Now there's only one? Huh. What is happening there? That's not good. What did I do? What did I fuck up? Oh, because game state is, well, it's spreading state. So this should be fine. I wonder why it's not working. Oh, I bet I see it. I feel like I don't actually need to maintain the exact index that the entity used to be at. There's no proper reason to care about that. There we go, okay. Now... Now we've got snail intersected. Okay. Okay, so... Now we need to go ahead and make the snail actually move. So... Out of curiosity, if I return false, and then I do await new promise, and then I go... What am I thinking? Await new promise, set timeout, res 1000. There we go, perfect. Okay. So, we can pause the interaction until the snail moves, if we want to, but we're not going to. What we're going to do now is we're going to go const destination pos is going to be equal to entity.pos.clone. And then we're going to go for, or while true, or let's go while destination pos.clone.add pos diff, and we want to go not other dot, or not state dot current dot collides entity dest pos dot add pos diff. Okay, so that'll increase the position, and then we're going to go state dot or entity dot set pos pos diff. Or I mean, destination pos. But what we want to do is first go, let's grab a reference. We're gonna go const ref equals used ref, HTML div element null. Import this in. And we're gonna go ref.current.style.background. And we're gonna grab the snail hide image. And we're gonna go URL image snail hide. And then I'm gonna go set timeout image snail after 100 milliseconds. And I'm also going to await new promise in here. Then we're going to have a res and call res in here. And so what should happen now is basically when we hit the snail, it should bounce to the edge of the screen. Oh dear, huh. Interesting. Snailhide.png does exist. I wonder why it doesn't show up. Oh, I have a curly brace in the end. But it doesn't move the snail. Our guy doesn't move. Why doesn't he move? Hold on. Destination costs. That's the same cost that it started at. Oh, wait. Let cur collision is equal to this. I guess, null as... I need to, like, actually create a type def here. We're gonna rename this to collision result. Type collision result is going to be this. And then we're gonna change game state to also use collision result. And then we're going to change level to actually understand that it's a collision result. And then we're gonna go to snail, and we're gonna say that this is a collision result. We're gonna start it at null, and then we're gonna go, well, true. Cur collision is equal to this if cur collision dot 0 break. Otherwise, we're going to add position diff, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to trigger cur collision, or a dot 1 dot then res. Okay. No, it didn't work. Wait, I think the code was out of date though. Hello, game? Oh, did I freak it out? Hold on. I might have created an infinite loop. I think I might have... Yeah, I definitely did that, because we need to make sure that or ent is equal to other. We don't want to be able to trigger a collision with ourselves. Alright, let's try that again. No! It broke again. Shit. Why? So... So our snail... We only break when we found a collision. Which we should be able to find. It's definitely that's in an infinite loop, but... No, it's not. What? Okay, then why are we stuck? Oh, we're not stuck anymore. Oh, I've got an extra piece on here too. Okay. But... now we're stuck. So the problem is that it's not moving. Okay, why are we not moving? Because the current collision is... I guess, let's print out destination pass here. Okay, so it thinks that it's colliding right now, and I want to know why. Okay, so... Ah, shit, we're infinite looping again? Yeah. Infinite loops are not a nice thing to have. One, two, three, four... Huh. I don't know why it's colliding. If res console, or if res 0 console.log collided at pos. One 5? Why is it going down? Snail. We're computing it backwards. Okay. Actually, let me just pin this so then I have, like, a tab always open so the browser doesn't close. Yo! Okay, hold on. Pew! 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 I feel like such a horrible abuser. Also, I'm noticing that it's transitioning the background image. Let's just go translate in here. What am I using to code this? I'm using React.js, the website development library. Let's go 200 in here. And also, we probably don't need to wait for this. We probably only need to wait for, we can probably just basically return right now. Although, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna make this do 80. And we're going to await that. But we're also going to handle setting the snail back after 300 milliseconds. Basically because we want to be able to, we want it to at least wait until the snail is about to hit the thing that it's going to reach. Yeah, there we go. Where's the use entity hook from? It's a hook that I made. Bonk. Bonk. It basically just stores the entity, all use entity does is it's just, it hooks it into, like, the game state, and then allows it to have, like, position and stuff. This is a super, super cursed tech stack. I don't expect it to make sense. I am this close to just making a top-down Zelda, but tiny and furry. I mean, hey, I think that some people would really like that. Wouldn't be me. Okay. Bonk. Bonk. Whoa, what? Wait. That's not the right direction. What's going on there? Oh, I need to make it so that it does stop you from moving into it if it can't go anywhere. Yeah. Which means I basically need to do all of this logic. Sorry. It basically means that I need to take all of this logic and do it outside of here. So I need to grab this stuff, get the collision, then this all needs to be in the callback. Then we need to return, and we're gonna go if destination pos is equal to, or dot equals entity dot pos, return false promise dot resolve. As const. Oh wait. There. Okay, that. Oh, wait, no, it needs to return true. Okay, that stops me from pushing it unless it has a place to go. I don't know why this isn't working. Can I push it up? No. So for some reason it's thinking that it wants to go horizontal there. What is our posdiff? So 1, 0. But here it's at -3, 1. So that's super weird, because entity.pos... Oh, entity is like old though. Do I have to do this shit again? Hold on. Oh, this is so dumb. This code is a disaster. It's really bad. Const current instance is going to be a useRef entity instance null. Then we're gonna go current is equal to current instance dot current, and then I'm going to set current instance dot current is equal to instance. And now if I go back into Snail and I take entity dot current dot position, then we go back into useEntity and we make sure that entity instance has a function current, which returns an entity instance. Okay? That's not what I expected. Oh, because we need to start using entity.current everywhere. Yep, this is terrible code. But now I can push its ass. Let's go. I feel like I want it to still, like, hide its shell for a little bit. Let's change this slightly so it goes like this. Just because I think it'll be cute. This needs to be async. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay, cool. It's so mean. Okay, cool. So we can push Snail. We've basically created an icebox, right? Don't know if that sounded convincing while wearing ears, bullying the poor thing into a corner. Look, it's a little bit funny. That's all I'm gonna say. Grass was touched, police were called, house arrest for 44 hours. You're stuck in your home now. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I could make it stay in its shell if it gets 3 subsequent bonks that, like, don't let it move. That would be kind of funny. But that is polish. That is not something I need to do right now. Okay. Okay, so now that we have the snail, what do we need? I guess let's see if we can make snails bonk other snails. Hypothetically, it should be possible. If I create another snail, because of the way that I changed the callbacks. Okay, it didn't work. That's weird. So, why? So what we call right now is basically, Cur collision. Well, true. If it equals the current position. So... So currently what we're trying to do is we're finding the collision of the entity. And then we are running this code. So I guess what I need to do is say, like, console.log posdiff. We should get 2 of the same number in chat. Oh, 2. Okay, that's weird. So the first one is clearly, it's from our snail. So the first one is from us hitting the snail, and the second one is from the snail hitting the other snail. Oh, and it's because intersect is getting the entity position. So what I need to do is... Well, we already set the position to destination position before ever calling the callback. The callback. Hold on. Other.props.name, other.props.pos, this.props.pos, or this.current, or entity.current.pos. So, let's see. So we collided with player in that direction. Then we collided with snail, which is at 2-2. So it didn't update that. Because entity is static. That's what's happening. Game state needs to go in, and in collides we need to return other.current. At this point, I really shouldn't be using immutable state at all if I'm just going to get the mutable version every fucking time. But, too bad. Wait, this still isn't working. Of course, because... Oh, okay. So I need to do other.current.pos. Whenever I do other, which is just here, just gotta do other.current. It still didn't work. What the hell? Okay. Wait, but that worked? It went through the snail? Weird things are happening. What is going on? I don't know what's happening, guys. Hold on. Okay, so the first collision's with the player, and the snail is at... Or the player's at 1, 2. Which was here. Yeah. And the snail was at 2, 2. Then the second event occurs, and the snail is still considered to be at 2, 2. Because on intersect triggers before that snail moves. So shit. Because on intersect triggers before the snail moves, which means that because we trigger collides here. Which means that we need to I don't know if it's possible to do this properly, because basically we need to be able to have the entity check if the snail can move, which means the snail needs to know the direction of the intersection. I guess I could just check the collision here. And then not actually... I guess I could just do like, if this 0 break, and then I can ditch cur collision. Then I can do const next collision is going to be state.current.collides destination pos.clone.add pos diff entity 1, and then I can just call next collision and then return res. This might do it. Yay! Okay. Although, it kind of... Also, what the fuck? What is happening here? So... yeah, I don't really know. It's looking in the tile map at index 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There should be that value, though. Hold on. that shouldn't be causing issues. Well, I'll deal with that in a sec. First of all, I want to worry about the fact that the player not being able to move there until the event is over is bothering me. It should be able to move immediately. Like, you see how it's like bonk? It should be able to... Basically, the problem is that the player needs to be able to move, and then it needs to be able to trigger the game state to resume. So I'm gonna say, like, on or allow move promise, which is going to be a promise. Void is going to be here. Or wait, no. It's going to be a function that does void. So allow move. And then in here I'm going to call allow move. And then in here, I'm going to call .then res and I guess what I need to do is call fuck, this is so dumb. This code is so shit. This code is really, 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 really shit. So... the main problem here is that it's recursive. Like, snail A can trigger snail B, which can trigger snail C. And I need to pause the player until all of them are done ticking. You've decided to add guns and ants to critters. Oh no. This is tragic. Why would you do this? And Hillary. Okay, pause until. This is my new function I'm adding to here. It's definitely not scuffed. Okay, so we're gonna have our pause until, and we're gonna have const pause promises are going to be equal to new ref, or use ref, promise void array, empty array, and then we're going to have const pause until, which takes a resume promise void, and this is going to go set game state state dot response, and then I'm gonna go pause promises dot push or dot current. Okay, hold on. Const cur promises equals dot 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 pause promises dot current. And then I'm gonna go pause promises dot current dot push res promise dot all pause promises dot current dot then pause promises dot current is equal to pause promises dot current dot filter PR not cur promises dot includes PR. Then if pause promises dot current dot length is equal to 0. I guess I need like a callback. So this is going to be like callback. Callback is equal to this. If it's equal to 0, then set game state dot 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 state is state dot response. And then we're going to call this here, and then otherwise we're going to call promise.all pause promises.current.then cd. This is so ridiculously overcomplicated. So complicated. Okay. Now, if we humbly request, postres.cur.city. Yeah. It really is another language, though. Like, oh god, it's dumb. State.pause until, and we're going to return a new promise. And we're going to go set timeout, res, after 80 milliseconds. That's the goal. Cool. And then this can not have to wait. Then we'll just trigger this. And actually, just for safety, we're gonna set this to 90. Okay, that should maybe do it. It does! Not! Shit! No! Why is it stuck forever? I bet it says callback. I bet this is running forever. Or like you're dictating a telegram. Yep, callback is stuck forever. Okay. Why? Is it the same one every time? Oh shit. Okay. This line just has to be here. Sometimes the logic isn't that bad. Other times it is really bad. And it's hard to tell at a glance. Boom. No! We're still stuck! Is the... Okay, it's not an infinite loop. The game is just frozen. Because I didn't actually set this to input properly. Yay! Okay. Bonk, 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 bonk. It's still that error. Okay. I should probably figure out why that's happening. And actually, let's, for the hell of it, we're still gonna make the snail await new promise. Set timeout res 40. Bonk my face. My face is happy being not bonked. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, that should be like 80. Yay! Okay. So we still get the satisfaction of seeing the bonk. Why is this broken? Okay. Why is collides reading undefined? Let's find out. Console.log, checking collides at cos. Five, 8. Console.log cosdiff. Okay, why is that difference 3 now? I thought we fixed this. No, I didn't fix this. 'Cause... Okay. Basically what I need to do is I need to go back to this, and I need to return true again. And then I need to return a function that does all this shit. So that else this and this needs to be async. You made yourself sad? How did you make yourself sad? If x is equal to true? Oh no! Oh fuck! Okay, I realized my code is still dumb. I will never be free. Okay. So the problem, from what I can tell... Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Yay, hydrate! Okay. The problem is that the snails... So this function returns a boolean indicating if the movement should stop, right? And the movement should stop if the snail has nowhere to go. But to know where the snail is supposed to go, we need to basically update the snail's position. Oh, maybe this isn't that bad. Hold on. Let's rewind. No. Okay, this is gonna be bad code. To be clear, this is bad code. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna set the snails, we're gonna go const ogpos is entity.current.pos.clone. Then we're gonna take ogpos.clone.sub. Okay, and now every time if we find that we are causing a collision thing, then we're going to break. Otherwise, we're going to go OG_pos is equal to, or I mean, entity.setPos OG, or destination pos. Then we're going to go entity.setPos OG_pos at the end. Please just work. No! Okay. 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 There has to be a way to do this. There has to be a way to do this. I'm gonna rubber ducky here. So the problem is that when something bonks an entity, we need to know if that entity should be able to continue moving, right? And that's based on if the entity itself decides to move. Like, for example, when the snail moves, our player should be able to move. But if the snail is up against the wall, our player should not be able to move into it. Right? And so, to do that, we have to check the entities, like, we have to check the conditions at the imaginary point where it actually has to move. So, the snail needs to go, okay, can I move, like, in the direction that I'm supposed to go? And the way it does that is by checking what the position of the entity itself that's pushing it is at. So the snail needs to know what the pusher's position is at. The problem, though, is that the pusher's position has not yet been updated. So at this point, when we push, this snail is going to check, does it collide here, does it collide here, does it collide here? And at this point, it's going to say, yes, it does collide. And this snail is going to ask for the difference between these two's positions. But this one hasn't moved yet, which means that it's going to get a big difference vector. What I really want it to know is that its position is effectively here. What if I do entity.current? No, okay. Why are you stupid? Okay. Hold on a minute. Checking position at dest_pos. Snail pos entity.current.pos. So checking position at 5,5, snail pos 5,5. So, oh boy, we got a spam message. It's funny how it blocks shit like creep, but then it doesn't block this shit. Ban, get out of here. Not sure I understand the problem, but if you want the direction vector, couldn't you just normalize it? I mean, that would be a quick fix, but it's possible that we might have entities in the future whose directions are not just in a straight line from their source position, and I don't want to make that assumption. The problem is that before the snail ever moves, it needs to know where it's going to stop. But that means that when I push this snail down, it needs to know that it's going to stop here. Which means that when it detects that there's a snail here, it has to run that snail's collision off of this snail. And I need to know where this snail is. I need to know that this snail is here. Hey there, Via. How you doing? Checking collides at 5.8. Why? Okay. You've done the same for the one on the right. Isn't the same logic, but changing the coordinates. I'm not sure what you mean. So the position difference... Other.current.pos. OG pos. So... Other.current.pos is 2. So it's still not happy. Even though our checking collides at is saying we're at 5.5. Which is entity.current.pos. So it's like it's reverting. I don't understand why it would be reading as 2. Like, it says it's checking position at dest.pos, snail.pos. So the snail.pos is set. What if I don't reset snail.pos here? Still broken. What? Now I'm just like, I don't even know what it's saying, because... I am asking if it collides with my own entity. And this entity is getting its position set. Whoa, okay. Okay, then. Yep. I'm clearly not making any headway on this problem. I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'll be back in about probably like 30 minutes, and then hopefully I will be back. So, or I mean, I will be back, but hopefully I'll figure it out when I get back. I dozed off, and it's super late, so I better go. You're gonna be streaming again tomorrow. Yes, I am gonna be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming starting probably around 10 a.m.? Well, maybe earlier. I will probably be streaming around 9 or 10 PST. But if you'd like to get a stream announcement before it happens, I have a Discord server where I do that. Yeah, alright, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna go eat dinner, and hopefully that'll clear my head enough to figure out what the hell's happening here, or maybe just rewrite this mess, because it's really bad. Alright, see you all later. I guess I should probably pause the timer, shouldn't I? It would be unfair for me to disappear for half an hour, and... yeah, okay, fine. It's paused. Okay. I'll be back in half an hour. See you guys. Alright guys, I'm ready to try this again, okay? We're gonna fix it. We're gonna make it work. Hey there, Colton. Perfect timing. Okay. I'm just gonna post a message in my Discord chat. Let's see. News. Development streams. No. Now that Quantum Developer's in the chat, every time I type devel and then press tab, it types their name instead of the development streams group. Okay. Resuming stream is resuming. Same URL. Okay. Hi. Okay, hold on. How long are you guys going for tonight? I am going until midnight, so in about 3 and a bit hours. Ears? Oh, is it loud? Oh, it is loud. Hold on, let me... Oh, ears as well. Ears, yeah. I have to do that. Where did they go? Oh, there they are. I still have a timer to burn down. Fine. I'll put them back. Hey there, Jordal. How you doing? Where's the timer? Okay. Oh, posture check, thank you. I need to actually sit up straight, because I'm gonna start getting fucking back pain if I keep slouching during these, like, super long-ass streams. Okay, so I don't know what's wrong with the code, but I do know that I've fundamentally written this code in an awful, awful way. So we're gonna start by fixing that, and then we're gonna see if maybe the problem goes away on its own. Because, you know, that often is actually the case, right? Like, if I just fix the bad code, then it might not be a problem. So I'm gonna commit... Not C++ moment, this is a Ludum Dare project, it's in JavaScript. I'm trying to make a Sokoban type game about going through like a garden as a small moth and trying to like avoid or like get past a bunch of small creatures. Yeah. So this whole thing is programmed in React.js right now. And it's very broken. So yeah. So okay. Let's get started with just fixing this code. So a huge part of the problem here is that we have this entity instance property, which has a current field which gets the current values of the entity just by basically spitting out the reference data. And that's cool and all, but it actually is awful, because what it's doing is I'm having so many cases where I'm not calling current, and then these are out-of-date properties. So we're going to change the structure of this whole thing, where we're going to have export interface entity, which is going to have an entity data, and that is going to have just the position in here. And it's going to have props and then data, which is going to be ideally a getter. Can I do a getter on a non-class field? I guess I don't need to, actually. It doesn't need to be on a non-class field. I can just have this be an entity data object. Cool. And then we're also going to have the convenience methods on the entity itself. So data has position, props has all of this stuff in it, and then we're going to return an entity. So use entity is going to return an entity object, and ideally our entity is going to be a memo that never, ever, ever changes. Hopefully. So we're going to have entity, and it's going to have props, and I guess I should probably change the music tag. We'll go back to Cobalt Core in a little bit. I wanted like a brief break from that because I've been listening to it for hours. Okay, so our entity type is going to have its props, and then it's also going to have its data. And it's also going to have set pos. Cool, and then we're going to have our data, which is going to be a memo of entity data. Or I guess arguably it should be a ref. Probably. Actually, it's fine for it to be a memo. We'll go data is use memo, and its fields are going to just be pos props.pos to start with. So that's pos and data. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Okay. So we have our props and data. And then we're going to have a set pos method, which is going to call data.pos is equal to pos. Cool. And then we also need a re-render function. So we're going to have const integrity, or set integrity, is going to be a use state number. It's going to start at 0. And then set integrity I plus 1. So this is a weird little hack. Basically, React components are stateful. And the way that that works is they have these hooks called useState, which gives you a value and a setter. And React will only reload if its state changes. And there's a few other conditions, but this is a simplification. So if we want to force the component to re-render, we can create a dummy setter, or a dummy state value that just has a setter. And then we can call it and change its value. And what that's going to do is it's just going to force the component to re-render, which is exactly what we want. When you set the position, it's going to update the data's position, and it's going to cause a re-render. In fact, I'm actually going to create a function here. Re-render. It's going to be a use callback, and it's just going to do this set integrity thing. And that is because I don't want to forget to do it. Alright, cool. So that's our setPos function. Then our data function just needs... or we don't need a data function. And we don't need current instance. So now we have our setPos callback, we have our props and we have our data. And then we have our entity object, which should never ever ever change. And finally we're going to get the game state. And we're going to push the entity into it when the entity gets created, and then pop it otherwise. And I guess technically we should probably... Actually, I'm going to reflect the fact that these fields are never going to change by not putting them in the dependencies. Technically that's non-idiomatic React, but dependencies are bullshit in React anyways, so I don't really care. So this is now our entity type. Perfect. I'm going to swap over to game state, and I'm going to do a very similar thing. So our game state is going to have a data field. So we're going to create a new type called game state, which is going to have a data, and it's going to be game state data, which is going to have the state and the tile map and the entities. And then we're going to have, I guess all of these should just sit inside of it. Step game, collides, current, and pause until. Cool, and then, well, I'm gonna recall that. I'm gonna call it await. I don't think that that actually breaks any JavaScript. I know there is a keyword called await, but because it's a property, I think it's fine. And then finally, our entities are just going to be entity objects. Cool, okay. I'm actually going to move this from context game state all to just use game state, because it's effectively a context. Oh no, step... Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh no, step game, I'm stuck. I hate you. I hate you so much. No, it's good. It's good. Okay. Okay. Now our game state is game state dot data.entities. Okay. I'm actually gonna rename this to level. Level data, level state. Level state data. And then input state. Cool, okay. That's just naming convenience. Level state context and then use level. Okay. Cool. I've broken every single file in the codebase. That's okay though, because there's not many. Now, what do we have to do? So, state.data.tilemap. Oh, there should also be similar stuff. So in level, this is the actual component that manages the level state. And it occurs to me that this can basically be a hook in itself. And I like the idea of doing that just for simplicity. So we're gonna rename this to useLevel. And we're gonna create export const useLevel manager? Maybe I should. Maybe it should stay in here, actually. Yeah, okay. So now this is going to be a level state context provider. So, just gonna toss a bunch of this stuff out. And we're gonna have level state context dot provider. And we're gonna have a level state, which is going to be a memo. And it needs to have a couple fields in it. Let's see. Why does it think that this has fields in it? Oh, does it need to... Hi, what game are you developing? I am creating a game that is, the basic idea is that it's like a Sokoban type puzzle game where you are on a grid and you're trying to get from one spot to another, and you're a little moth in a garden, and there's a bunch of different insects that are doing different things. Like, they all interact with each other when you, like, interact with them. We're currently in the process of doing a kind of big refactor, so there's lots of errors happening, but yeah. This is more or less what's going on so far. Wow, it's really broken. Okay. Okay, so we need level data. Level data is going to be a memo of level data, level state data, and it's going to have inside of it entities, which is going to be an empty array. Input state, which is going to be input state dot input, and then tile map, which is going to be an empty array for now. Or wait, no, props dot tile map. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Now we're gonna need all of our hooks, because this current game state is going to be equal to data level data, which actually I'm just gonna call data, so then I can just inline it. Then we're gonna have await, and then collides, and then current. Oh, current needs to go away, actually, because current is like a jank of our previous system. Cool. And then step. And all of those are going to be functions that are defined in the middle here. Cool. Cool. We're gonna call this level state, and we're gonna store, or we're gonna pass level state in here. Although, one thing that we will want to do is we'll want to pass a new object to level state Do we want to pass a new... no, what we want to do is we want to have an integrity field. So we want to do the similar thing over in use level, where we have this... Or sorry, in use entity, where we have this integrity field and this re-render property. But there's one other thing we want to do with it. So because level state is being passed as a context, our children will not re-render even if the parent re-renders, I'm pretty sure, unless the context value changes. So we're gonna have a const diff memo state, or diff level state, which is going to be a use memo, which just returns a spread of level state, and then it's going to be memoized by integrity. And the whole point of that is none of these properties will ever change. Data will change, but only on the inside, which means that it's entirely safe to spread here. We're never going to desync the data. But what that means is because React diffs by like reference equality, if we never change level state, ever, then it's never going to update the values that depend on the provider. But because we're basically creating a new object with all the same values on the inside every time integrity changes, React is going to decide it's a different value and re-render the children, which is what we want. Because integrity will only ever change when we call re-render, which should re-render all of the children. Okay. So now we need to actually re-implement these methods. So hold on. Data.tilemap. There we go. Okay, cool. So await is pause until, and we're going to set the game state. So we're going to go data dot input state is going to be state.response. And we actually don't need to re-render at this point because we only ever use input state by querying it directly. And when we do query directly now, then it's always going to be up to date, which is good. We're winning. Then we're going to insert into pause promises. So this whole system here is basically just, it is meant to pause the game until there's nothing else waiting to be paused. So when we call await, it sets the input state to waiting. And then it pushes the promise that we put in it to the pause promises list. Awaiting promises. And then we store all the ones that are here at this point in time. Then we await all of those promises, and then call a callback. Actually, just to clean this up, I'm just going to do cur promises. Okay, and then when our callback happens, we're going to remove all of the promises that we just awaited from the list. And then we're going to, if the awaiting promise's length is 0, resume the game. Otherwise, we're going to wait for, we're going to wait for the promises again. Oh, this is actually bugged. We need to go and say, let cur promises is equal to awaiting promises.current, and then we need to await cur promises again. And that needs to be in an else block right here. And then for niceness to ourselves, we're also going to make this return a promise. So in the level properties, we're going to make await return a promise void, just so that we can easily wait for the game to return to normal if we want to. And we're just going to return new promise in here, promise void, and it's going to have a res. And then all of this is going to go in here. Cool. And then basically, we are going to resolve the promise at this point here. Boom. Okay. Cool. So that's good. Now, what else do we need to do? So we have await, which should be passed in here. Perfect. We have step. Does step do what we expect? No. Step game should basically just trigger on step and then probably force a re-render of everything, if I were to guess. So we'll go data.inputState is equal to input or state.waiting. Input state.waiting. Then we're going to run through every single entity and call its onStep method. And then, actually gonna make this an async function. And then we're going to wait for all of this to happen. And then we're gonna go data.inputState is equal to inputState.input. And then, I don't think we'll do a re-render here. I don't actually know if we need to ever do a re-render. So, I will also make this return a promise void. Cool. So now the step function will basically trigger the step method of all the children and wait for them all to be done. And then... Stop it, step function, I'm sorry. Stop it! You guys are awful. This is the second time this joke has occurred. Okay, so... Our step function works just fine. Finally, we need to have a collides function, which basically, this is the one that was breaking before. 20 minutes until I'm free of the ear terrorists, I know, right? I'll be free. Because I was absolutely helpless in this matter and had nothing to do with it. Okay, so... So, this is where things get a bit weird. And I'm gonna quickly rewrite a bunch of this stuff first. So, what we want at this point is we need to check the data field of all of these properties, which is mildly annoying, but it means that we can actually mutate stuff without everything exploding, which is pretty important. I don't know. I'm content with the slight typing inaccuracy, or the extra typing work. Okay. Cool. So, now we also don't need this to depend on anything. Which is awesome, because data can mutate freely. Which means we don't need to depend on bump here. Then what is state exactly? State is use level, and I don't think we need to depend on that either, because now we've got a data field. So whenever you press a button, it just moves. Cool. Perfect. Setting our entity position should still cause our component to re-render though, because in our entity, like, hook, when the position is set, then it resets the position. So, or sorry, it causes a re-render. I'm saying a lot of words all at once, and it's easy to get mixed up. Okay. We're just going to return this result here. So basically, you're not colliding with any entities. So this is going to make it so that our collision function is only ever checking for walls, which is nice for simplicity because we can check if this is working quicker. I'm getting errors. It's because this needs to be set to that. Perfect. Okay. Cool. So now we need an onIntersect function, which is going to... So this stuff is really bad. And I'm actually just going to comment this out for now, because it's not even going to be used. And it's just going to return false promise.resolve. Because our snail, like our collisions with entities don't even work, and that whole thing is a disaster. Cool. So hopefully our game should run. It's not running. There's a really, really long error here. What is the actual bug? Okay, it doesn't like the fact that we called it await. Fine. I'll give it a different name. Await. Await function. Are you happy now? Yeah, okay, whatever. Okay, so we can move... Oh, that's interesting. So, our position doesn't reset properly. I wonder why. So, player.bump... Oh, it's probably because of the new lines. Like, it probably clears the new lines when I actually... Yeah. So when I set the property in CSS, it clears the new lines, which causes it to, not diff properly. That's fine. Okay, cool. So we can still move around. That's great. My cat wouldn't stop screaming for cuddles, so I'm taking a break. Honestly, that's probably a good call. Breaks are important. Like, working on jam games for like hours and hours and hours and hours can be really stressful. I feel a lot calmer now that I've gone and eaten, like, dinner. Yo, the ears timer is almost empty. Thank God. Okay. So now what we have to do is we need to model what the move, or the collides function is going to do. So the reason I was struggling with this last time is because collision is kind of complicated in this game, because objects need to be able to interact with other objects. So if you, for example, push the snail, it should slide and hit this snail, and the first snail should stop, and then the second snail should bonk here. But to do that, this snail needs to know what the position of the thing that hit it is relative to it, so it can be pushed based on their, like, relative direction, right? And we were having a lot of issues with that before because the state was immutable, and so data was being, like, ending up out of sync. So what I think we're going to do now is I'm going to re-add the entity collisions. So that's fairly easy. Basically, we just want to override the wall collision here by just checking if there's any entity whose position is equal to the position we're testing, and skipping it if it is equal to the one we're testing. And then we run onIntersect. This is a weird early return, and I'd rather flip this condition. Okay, cool. So now, if our snail is returning true for collides, we shouldn't be able to go into it anymore. Perfect. So the collisions exist. Now we need to make it actually do something. So the way the snails are supposed to work is when they get collided with something, they should block movement if they cannot move in the direction that they're being pushed, and not block movement otherwise. So effectively, the snail needs to return... The first boolean is whether it should block movement. The second function is a callback for if the movement actually happens. Because this is testing, effectively, A, should this thing block movement, and B, what should it do when it gets bumped, right? So what we need to do is, when a snail gets intersected, we need to get its position. So entity.data.pos. I'm going to rename this to ent for shortness. Ent.data.pos.clone.sub other.data.pos. So that's going to get the difference between this entity and the one that pushed it. Then we're going to set its destination position to its current position. So entity.data.pos.clone. Then we're just going to print out the difference in position, because it should never be more than 1 in the cardinal direction. That's like a bug that kept happening, and I want to make sure that it's not. Then we're going to loop and basically say, so let's set our entity's position to the destination position. And you'll notice that I'm not doing entity.setPos because I don't want to cause a re-render, because this is just changing the data. And I also want to do ent.data.pos.clone to store the initial pos here, because we want to reset it afterwards. So we're going to set the entity's position to its destination position, which is basically the last confirmed place that it can move. Then we're going to check if state.collides. I'm going to rename this to level. If level.collides, destination pos plus the position difference with the entity itself. And basically we're just going to say, okay, if this blocks movement, then we're going to break. Cool. Otherwise, we are going to add to the destination position and try again. And now I think that this should work recursively, because basically what we're doing is we're checking if the level, or if the next snail over collides with our current entity. But we've gone and set the current entity's position to its destination position, meaning that when it checks that, it should properly be in the position it's supposed to be in. Cool. So now we want to do 2 things. We are going to return destination pos.equals entity or initial pos. If that is true, then we're going to return true for block movement, and then an async function that just makes the snail hide and then makes it show its face again after 160 milliseconds. Just as a bit of flavor. It's just getting bonked. Simple. Otherwise, we're going to return false. It doesn't block movement, and then we need to actually move it. So what I'm going to do here is we are going to make it its hide sprite. Then we're going to set its position properly. So entity.setPos destination pos, which will cause a re-render. Good. And then we're going to go level.await, and we're basically going to add a new timeout for 90 milliseconds to stop the player from interacting until the snail's done moving. And then after 300 milliseconds, we're going to give it the normal sprite again. And then after 80 milliseconds, which is when it's basically reached its destination, we want to check if it collides with anything that is along its path +1. Yeah. So we want to check if it collides with anything along its path. And if so, call the callback to make it move, which should be a future snail. And finally, we're going to return we're going to resolve after 80 milliseconds. Which we can actually just do. No, we can't just, yeah, it's a game about recursively bonked snails. That's what's happening right now, but hopefully it'll have more to it if we can actually get this working, but we'll see. Okay. I'm really confident this is gonna work. How much you want to bet my dreams are gonna be crushed? Fuck, what just happened? So it's confused. So this almost makes me wonder if maybe it's not broken. Because, like, technically this is the state that snails would be in. It makes me wonder if, like, the game is just diffing the snails wrong. Because, like, it's moving directly past... Huh. But I doubt that it's that. Because, like, otherwise this one would animate. So, let me try... Let me try printing out console.log collided at destination position. We should see 2 collisions if it's working. But we did... But... not in the way that I would expect. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so collision here. And that triggered twice. Because... it's moving straight past the first snail. And then this one is apparently still checking? Let's give these a unique index. So let's just go, const UUID equals math.random times 1000, use memo, math.floor, math.random times 1000. Just so that I can basically know which snail is which. So we got 2 different collision diffs. Or wait, yeah, so these 2 snails, 2 different snails did a position diff. So you're right. So basically what should happen is this snail should stop here and bump this snail into here. It's not working. I'm trying to figure out why. And then let's go UUID collided at. So both of them are colliding with this position, which doesn't make much sense to me. I wonder... Oh. I get it. I get it. It's because the, this snail is registering as not blocking collision because it knows it can move to the right. So basically, what I want to do is, let's change collision result to a tuple, or a record here. Stop or block movement is a boolean. Entity is going to be a entity or null. And then on collide is going to be a promise. Now we're going to change the API slightly so that we can return some more stuff. The ear timer? Yeah, I know. So no one has channel points. This is perfect. On collide is going to be a promise. Entity is going to be null. Cool. And then on intersect needs to return... You have 13.5 thousand channel points? Oh my god. Why? How? I figured they would stop accumulating at some point. The snail is too good at dodging? Yeah, it's like slipping away. Okay. If block movement... Okay, so let's go const collision is equal to level.collides. Then we want to go if collision.blockMovement or collision.entity.props.name is equal to snail, break. Then we're going to call .onCollide. Oh. Oh, I guess I do need to... Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. So let's go, const can move is equal to that. And we're gonna return block movement equals not can move. Yeah, double negative, it's fine. Entity is going to be this, and then on collide is going to be can move. If so, then all of this stuff. Otherwise, all of this stuff. Oh, and this shouldn't be this should be ent. LMAO maybe the subs, or I guess I ramble here sometimes. You just get them from, like, being around. Like, they just passively show up. Block, movement, true, entity, ent, on collide, promise.resolve. Okay. Okay. Collision here. We're gonna go with not collision.blockMovement. Collision.onCollide.then. Okay, please work. Oh, I think it works. Please work properly. Yes! Oh my god! Okay. 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 Fuck, finally. I guess actually... A more robust way of doing this would be to... Actually, let me just save working first. And then what we actually really want to do here is probably just go... Is there a similar thing on YouTube to spawn cat ears? Unfortunately not. I don't know if there is like a channel points thing I can do with YouTube. I'd like to be able to have a system like that, but YouTube just doesn't offer that. Ah! Oh, that is so loud. Okay, I get it. No! Why would you do this? Ah! Okay, did you wait intentionally until it was over? Jesus Christ. I will never be free. Okay. Alright. Ears timer's back up to an hour, that's fine. I don't care. So basically what we want to do is we want to check if we can move at all. So basically... Yes, okay, fine, whatever. So const can move is going to be if level.collides.block movement. Right here. And then we don't need to do anything fancy. So hold on. First of all, let me save this loop, because I'm gonna need it. I can't believe I didn't think about this, but it should work. So can move is going to be not level.collides.block movement, and we can get rid of all of this shit. Cool. And then we just need to go ent.data.pos.clone.add posdiff. Then we're going to return that, and then on collide we're going to say, here's where we have to do the loop, basically. And we're going to go initial position, is going to be entity.data.position destination pos. So I guess we need a destination pos, which is going to be equal to ent.data.pos.clone. We're going to update the entity's position, then we're going to check if there is a collision. We're going to break if it's block movement. Otherwise, we're going to trigger level dot. I guess what I need is like I need to go collision dot on collide. Yeah. And then we're gonna keep going. No way, I'm still alive. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm gonna be here for another hour and a half or maybe 2 hours. Been streaming since 3. I did take a break to go eat dinner, so you know, I have at least a little bit of a life. Okay, we're gonna set the entity's position now to the destination position. So this should actually make the snails stack in their movement. Yeah, look at that. Okay. I don't know if that's actually what we want, to be clear. I just wanted to see if it would work. So what might make sense is we can do that, but then we also might want to basically say if collision.blockMovement or collision.entity.data. or .props.name is equal to snail. Also, the fact that I'm using the magic word of snail twice makes me think that this should be a constant. ID is snail. And then we should be using that in 2 places. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So now our snails are working. We have a game that works. Oh, thank fucking God. Okay. Alright. Cool. Now that we have that, let's just ship it. It's done. Game's done. No, I'm kidding. This is just Sokoban with ice physics, which is not exactly the most compelling gameplay. But hey, it works, which is... Oh, thank fucking God. Okay. Let's do second thing. So, our second element... I'm trying to create some gameplay elements so then we can create levels. Our second element was the inchworm. And I really like the idea of the inchworm. I think it's kind of cute. Basically, what we're gonna do... I'll create a new document here so I can actually, like, demonstrate. Let me zoom in. What we're gonna do is our inchworm friend... I don't know why I always draw it like it's a hat. Like, it has to, like, go up. So if this is our inchworm, it can be on the grid flat, or it can be on the grid scrunched. And so if this is the grid, imagine that this is... That's too bright, or dark. Imagine that this is a, like, path in the dirt that goes around. And then there'll be an inchworm on it that is some length. Let's say it's like 3 tiles. Or actually, let's say it's 4 tiles for simplicity. And let me put this on a new layer. So if this is our inchworm, poking it anywhere... oh, and this is its front. Touching it on any side other than its back won't do anything. But if we bump it here, then it's going to scrunch up. So it would end up basically moving to here and be scrunched. And then that would start a timer for a certain number of turns, like 3, 2, 1. And then it would unscrunch at this point. So it would go, so it was here, and it would end up going like this. And then if you poke it again, it would move again. So basically, it starts here, you poke it on the butt, and then it scrunches up, and then after a few turns, it unscrunches. That's the idea. So, effectively... Oh, this is going to be an interesting one, because it's actually going to require multiple entities. But I don't think that's actually too difficult. Our entity like system is not that complicated. We just need to have like a component that registers multiple entities, which is not too bad. Except for the fact that I guess technically that means that we have to have a variable number of hooks. Although I think technically as long as the number's constant, React won't stop us from doing that. It doesn't like when you do that, but I don't think that it can even know if we just have it in a loop. Poor Snail's just chilling out and some panda head comes and plays football with them. It's meant to be, so it's going to be a poodle moth. Let me show a picture of these little freaks. I just haven't drawn it yet. Look at it, it's so weird. I don't know how I feel about it, but I kind of love it. So snails are like a spring. So snails are just ice physics, effectively. They just, they bonk until they hit a wall. Whereas the centipedes are like, they rotate, but you have to hit them from a specific side. And then we've also got, what else do we have? What other creatures do we have? We also have the idea of ants, which kind of act like conveyor belts for objects. Like if you get like an apple or something on them, which would be useful later, then it will like go across the ant trail on the ground. And then we've got caterpillars, which need to eat food, and then they turn into a butterfly, which will bring you to a different place. So you might have to get an apple to a caterpillar. And then we've got water skeeters, which will be like they'll be like ice physics, but with you on top of them. So they'll be in water where you can't go. But if you get onto them, then they will move in the direction that you entered from in the water until they hit land, effectively. And then what else do we have? Wood bugs. Wood bugs eat wood. I don't know how they're gonna move yet. Okay. So, I want to try and get the caterpillars in early, because I think they're going to be really cool, but they're also complicated. So let's try and make it work. Or I guess they're inchworms. Okay, so... God, these fucking ears are starting to hurt. Oops. Okay, inchworm. I shouldn't do a Control R, because it's possible that, it might end up, like, actually renaming the real snail. Okay. So, its properties are going to have positions, which is going to be a vector2 array. And each segment is going to be at its position, and positions, the last position is going to be the head. So, const num segments is going to be equal to props.positions. Const head pos is going to be props.positions.at -1. Const tail pos is going to be props.positions.at 0. Cool. And then we're going to have a path, which is going to be a vector2 array as well. Cool. And let's create some very simple sprites here. So, what's our ground color again? What's like a good complementary color to here? Let's just make it like slightly darker. That's not darker enough. What? Wait, what? Huh? Yeah, that's good. So, if we want to have our paths, I think they should just be like that, effectively. So I'm going to create a new file, 32 by 32. And let's turn off the background layer. And it's just going to effectively be like this. Cool, and this is going to be inchworm path straight .png. And then we're going to have a curved variant. Ooh, art. This is not the final art. This is very bad art. But, you know. Oh. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that E just toggles eraser. That's really cool. Okay. Cool. So then we're gonna have our inchworm path curve. Cool. And now basically I need to Worm should have an array of segments, each having a direction to the next segment. The last segment is the head. I don't think we need a direction, because we have the segments. I guess actually this should just be called segments. You're right. And the last one is the head. We don't need the direction. We can just give it the absolute position. Mainly just because I don't want to have to compute the relative positions. Okay, so I'm actually going to create a utility function here that just converts vec2 into translate position. Export function tile translate equals pos vec2. How to move it on turns though? It's going to have like its own increment method that basically just shifts all of the numbers. We're going to return pos.x times 32 pixels, pos.y times 32 pixels. Cool. And this is just going to be tile translate end.data.pos. And I'm going to go use that on the snail. And on the player as well. And over in here as well. And even in here. Ent.data.pos.clone .add 2.clone.sub this .divide 8. Okay, I think that makes sense. I need to be careful about I need to be careful that I don't end up like accidentally mutating the vectors. Oh, we got another spammer in the chat. Wow, what a surprise. Why don't I have my mod buttons enabled? Give me the mod icons. I don't understand why Twitch blocks like words like worm, but then doesn't block that shit. Like, at least let me just block people posting links. Okay. Let's just confirm bumping still works. Looks like it. Cool. Perfect. Everything is good and happy. And my life isn't a lie. This is great. Okay. So now basically we need to have an entities list. Const entities is going to be level or num segments. Okay, range num segments dot map. Segment and we're going to return use entity. And this is going to be name inchworm head, inchworm tail, inchworm segment, or inchworm body. Okay. So name is going to be segment is equal to 0, tail ID, segment is equal to num segments minus 1, head ID, otherwise body ID. Position is going to be equal to props dot segments dot at segment. Why am I programming it like this? I could just be doing props dot segments dot map, and then I could take the segment pos and then the index. I'm a bit dumb sometimes. Segment pos collides is going to just be true. I don't know why this is red. Oh, just because it's missing things? Fine. On intersect other entity, we're going to return if we're gonna go num, or if I is not equal to 0, return block movement true, entity ent, or I guess we actually need a reference to the entity, huh? So I guess we'll go const ent is equal to that, and then we will... Another one! Wow! Get the fuck out of here. Okay, fine. Just wondering, can the worm have length less than 3? It should be able to. It doesn't... I mean, it would be kind of borked if it did, because it would never move, though. Okay, so if this is the entity, return ent, then we wrap this whole thing up. Cool. So entity is ent, and then on collide is going to be promise.resolve. Otherwise, we're also going to return, but we're going to console.warn hit butt. And we're basically going to return the exact same thing, but eventually we'll have logic here in a few minutes. Okay. What else are we missing? Why is it freaking out? On step, promise.resolve. Okay, cool. So we've got our entity now. Let's just see what happens if this works. So we're gonna go entities, and we're gonna go entities dot at -1 dot data dot position, just to render it at its head. And I don't think we actually care about head pos or tail pos right now. Cool. And I'm gonna make it always render as snail hide, just so that we know what it is. Okay. I'm gonna create a inchworm. Let's see, where am I gonna put it? I'm gonna make its path like this. Which means I need to start putting in some fucking numbers. So let's go inchworm, and it's going to be at path. I guess, so that's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So new vector to 5, 5. New vector to 4, 5. New vector to... Oh wait, hold on, wait, it's not 5, 5. It's going to be 2, 5, 2, 4, 2, 3. New vector to 3, 3. New vector to 3, 4, new vector 2, 4, 4, new vector 2, 4, 5, new vector 2, 3, 5. Okay, so that's the whole path. And I'm just going to make its initial position like the first 4 values along that path. So just segments is going to be equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's not rendering the way I would expect it to. I might have got these numbers wrong. In fact, I'm almost certain now looking at this that I did. I think I'm just off by 1 on the x-axis. Let's see, 2, 5, 2, 4, 2, 3, 3, 3. Yeah, I'm just off by 1. Okay, hold on, I'll fix that. So I'll just change all of these to 1s, and then 2s, and then 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2. Okay, so the interim should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me actually like map over its segments so that we can actually try showing that. So I'm gonna render a fragment, and I'm gonna go entities.map ent, and we're gonna map it into rendering these snail sections. So we'll call it ent.data.pos. Cool, so those are the 4 entities. And let's render its path as well. So we'll just go through here and we're gonna go... Let's just do image snail right now. And we're gonna map through its props.path.map path. Path.pos, or I guess just path, because path is just a vector. Cool. Okay, there shouldn't be one in here. Oh wait, no there should, because it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blah blah blah. Oh look, I can't collide with these. It says hit butt on the right one. Oops. Bonk, bonk, bonk. This is super hard to see though. Let's create some interim sprites. So, I guess there's a question of, how is the interim going to bend around corners? Because presumably, I don't want to have to draw sprites for it, like, turning its head or its butt. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to make it so that whenever it's on like, a corner, I'm just going to make the direction of the piece based on the 2 adjacent pieces. And if it's at the end, then it's just going to match the direction of the next piece. I think that makes sense. Yeah, okay. So, let's create some really lazy graphics for our interim. So, we're going to take some green, and I'm going to make its body, which is dead simple. We're going to put some stripes on it just so that we know that it is an interim. Yeah, there's a stripe. And there's a stripe. Wow, how beautiful is it? Okay. So that's its body straight, so we're gonna go inchworm body straight. Oop, one of my earbuds just died. Fun. Now I have to fiddle with swapping them around. Which is proving to be really weird for some reason recently. Like, it's fucking with OBS's audio profiles, and it's driving me slightly mad. Okay, let's see. Can I get this to work? Please be friendly to me. I don't want to deal with this not working. Ugh, it's not being friendly. Damn it. One sec. Audio. Okay, it connected with just the hands free. Not what I want. Become high fidelity, please. There we go, okay. And audio is coming through, perfect. Okay, so we've got our interim body straight. Now let's make our interim body curve, which we want to match the same kind of angle arc, or like the way that it works as I want it to match the same like curve shape as the path so that we can use the same logic. Cool. Cool. We'll give it its little worm stripes. Beautiful. Okay, and we're gonna call this interim body curved. Oh wait, hold on, not curved, curve. Interim body curve. Cool. And now we need to make the head, which is going to just be like this for now. Having a direction in the worm segment can help with the rendering, especially if there will be worms adjacent to each other. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, they will have a direction, it's just going to be encoded by their positions relative to the head. And I guess to the path, actually. I love him. Okay. Interim head. Actually, maybe what I'll do is I'll actually, instead of having the body be a bunch of absolute positions, I'll make the body just be, the body will just be a bunch of indices, or like a head index, and it'll always follow the path, along its arc, basically. Because that'll make things a little bit easier. Okay, and then for its butt, we're going to, oops. I'm still getting used to working with Krita. I've never really done much with it before. We're gonna give it, like, a red butt, because that indicates, in video game logic, that you can poke it. Okay. But. Okay. Cool. Alright. So. Yeah, so let's change how the interim logic works. We're gonna go back into the level, or into the app. And instead of giving it segments here, we're going to say head index, or just head, is going to be at position 3. And that's just going to say that its head is at 0, 1, 2, 3, this vector. And its segments, we're going to say, like, length is equal to 4. Cool. So now, let's change the props to path, head number, length number. Okay. Now we actually do need to map its range, so we need to go range, length, dot map, and we're gonna map its int, and we're gonna go int is equal to 0, tail ID, int is equal to props dot length minus 1, head ID, otherwise body ID, and pos is going to be path, props dot path, props dot head minus int plus props.path.length times 10 mod props.path.length. What is this horrible equation, you may ask? It's just a bunch of array bullshit to make this work. So basically what we want to do is we want to find what segment of the path each body piece is on. And so we're saying, okay, we're starting at the head position, and then for each segment, because we're going backwards, oh, actually we're not going backwards. We should go backwards though. We should make it go, like the 0th index should be the head. Then going backwards by index, we're going to go to the previous path value and keep going back. But because that might end up getting to a value less than 0, which would fuck up our array index, we add a really high multiple of props.path.length, because that means that it's going to be some really high positive number now. But it's still going to be the same like value if you remove all the multiples of the path length. And then we modulo by the path length just to get a value that is like rounded to the path length. And so now we're always hitting a value that is like correct. Now if we just go int is not equal to props.length minus 1. Okay, cool. So now we should be able to render the path. So let's render props.path, and we're gonna go image path straight from path straight, and then import image path curve from res path curve.png. And we're gonna get const, we're gonna create some helper functions. We're going to go const rotation, we're not gonna do that yet. First we're gonna do const is corner, which is going to take a vector2 array and then an index. And we're gonna go const diff is basically going to just be path int plus 1 mod path.length dot clone dot sub, yeah, dot sub path int minus 1 plus path.length mod path.length. Then we're going to return diff.x is not equal to 0 and diff.y is not equal to 0. Because if they're on the same axis, then subtracting the two from each other should result in either x or y being 0. If it's not the case, then that means that it's on a corner. And then we're going to go const rotation path vector2 array int number is going to be, let's go, is corner is equal to is corner path int. We're going to go if not is corner, or if not corner, then we just want to go, I guess we still need the difference. I guess we need to get the next value. So we need to go const diff is going to be path int plus 1 sub path int mod path length. So that's gonna get like the angle difference from the current one to the previous one. And then if it's not corner, then we want to go return diff dot x is equal to 0, 90, otherwise 0. So we'll rotate the path 90 degrees if it's vertical, because the path is horizontal, right? And then we're gonna go else return. So this curve goes down. So the difference in y should be 1. So diff.y is equal to 1. If so, then 0. Otherwise, diff.x is equal to -1. Then 90. Otherwise, diff.y is equal to -1, 180, otherwise 270. I think that's right. So, segment rotation. Cool. Now we're just gonna go, URL is corner, props.path int. If so, then image path curve, image path straight. And then translate is going to be tile translate cos. And then we're gonna go rotate is going to be segment rotation. Oh, good night, Ari. I got a ant shooting a gun and moving around, calling it a night before I find a bug and ruin the feeling. I know what that feels like. So many times when I've been working on Zepha, I've just been like, oh, I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. I don't want to see something that's fucked up. Have a great night. Hope you get a good sleep. And, yeah, come by tomorrow and, you know, we can chat more. I look forward to seeing what you're working with. Thank you, as well. Have a great night. Alright. Path. Int. And then degrees. Okay. Let's see if this works. Whoa. Oh, I just named this wrong. Inchworm path straight. It almost worked. There's just this piece here. So the previous value should be -1, which means it should rotate 180? That should be right. Oh, but this is going the wrong way. This should be int, and then int -1. Plus path.length. Well, that's kind of fucked up. Hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna start tuning this. So let's go 90. 180. Cool. 0? No. 270. No. 180. Cool. That can't be right. Diff.y is equal to 1. Diff.x is equal to 1. Why would that be the same? 90. 180. 270. 90. 180, 270, 0. Okay, so I'm missing... Ah! Oh, what time is stream tomorrow? Probably about 9 o'clock PST. Okay, so something is wrong. And I think the answer is that I can't compute the actual rotation just based off of 2 points. I need to actually do it based on the difference between 2 values. So, yeah, I think what I do is diff.y is less than 0 and diff.x is less than 0. Then 90, otherwise 0. Okay, let's see which one this is rotating. That one, cool. Otherwise, diff.y is greater than 0 and diff.x is less than 0. 180 or 0. Okay, 270 or 0, or 90 or 0. 90, okay. Diff.y is less than 0 and diff.x is greater than 0. 90, 180, 270. Cool. And then this one should be able to be some value. Wait, why is this fucked again? Okay, hold on. Why are these linked together? My math is wrong somehow. 'Cause this isn't making sense to me. Let's do some fast numbers here. So I'm gonna draw this really quick. So we've got cell, 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 cell. From here, we have here and here. And then from here, we have here and here. They're opposites, right? No, because I'm just getting the position of these two. So this diff is the same as this diff. So I don't actually want the difference. I want the angles to the inside subtracted. Because this minus this is different from this minus this. This green one becomes this, and the red one becomes this, right? So yeah, basically I need to do a better conversion here. Let's see. Okay. So basically what we want is const negative diff path int -1 mod path dot length, or plus path dot length mod path dot length dot clone dot sub path int, then positive diff is going to be path int +1 mod all that. Then we want const diff is negative diff dot sub positive diff. Cool. Okay. Now I should be able to compute the numbers, run the charts, do the math. Okay. I'm gonna try and make this work. So 90, 180, 180 looks good. 0, 90, 180, 270, that looks good. 90, cool, and then 0, 90, 180. Wait, do I have the same problem again? Oh, what the fuck? Hold on. I'm going mad. How do I choose the right turn direction? Because so you're always going to have a straight line between the current and the next one. That is obvious, right? The question then becomes the angle between that and the previous one. Like, effectively, is it clockwise or counterclockwise? And then what angle the piece needs to be in to match the forwards direction. So, at any given moment, the tile could be, the tile could have to face down. So if the tile's shape is like this, then if we want that shape, it's good. But if we want this shape, then it has to be rotated once, twice, thrice. So basically, I think what I need to do is I need to compute if the turn is clockwise or counterclockwise, and then I need to swap the angle if so. This might not matter, because frankly, like, I need to have separate sprites eventually anyways, for the worm at least, because I want the worm to have some 3D depth to it. So maybe having the rotations doesn't actually matter. Like, I can basically just... So how many distinct sprites do I need for the final worm? Because I can just probably make them right now. So it needs to have a downwards facing head, and a sideways facing head, and then an upwards facing head. Then it needs a sideways facing body, and then a downwards facing body. And then it needs a rotating downwards piece, which can be flipped. And then it needs a... So that can represent a lot of rotations, actually. Because it can be flipped horizontally if it needs to. It cannot represent upwards rotations, which have to be like this. Is that all the rotations? Because this can be flipped left and right. This can be flipped left and right. So that gives all 4 rotations. And then obviously I need these variants for the butt. Okay, so I think that's actually very simple then. Cool, so that makes this better because I don't have to do a bunch of weird math, because I need this anyways. So we need a curve down and we need a curve up for the path segments. So I'm just gonna keep these, I'm gonna rename this to curve down, and I'm gonna dupe it, and I'm gonna rename, okay, that didn't work, thanks. Thank you, computer, I really appreciate you. Code, LD56, res, path curve down, path curve up. Let's open that in Krita. And I'm going to image, mirror image vertically, curve up. Wait, is that the right mirroring? Yeah, that's fine. Save as, mirror curve up. Okay, cool. Then we're gonna have inchworm head side. Inchworm butt side. We'll open these with Krita as well. I'm going to rotate the image. Inchworm butt down. And I'm going to rotate it 180 degrees. Inchworm butt up. Then the head is going to be rotated. Inchworm head down. Image, rotate 180 degrees. Inchworm head up. Cool. So that gives us all these variations. We don't have these. So let's go inchworm body horizontal. I'm gonna rename this to inchworm path horizontal. And I'm going to make one called vertical. And I'm going to image, rotate 90 degrees, and save. Did that actually work? Did it save? Yeah, it did, okay. Okay, let's open this one as a vertical as well. Vertical, cool. Oops. Open with Krita. Image, rotate 90 to the right. Save. Okay, what am I missing? I think just the inchworm body curve down. I like using east, northwest, south, or degrees to minimize naming confusion. That's probably a good idea. Let me do inchworm southwest. Inchworm west-east. Inchworm north-south. Inchworm south. Or inchworm butt south. Inchworm butt east-west. Or inchworm butt east. Inchworm butt north. Inchworm head south. Inchworm head east. Inchworm head north. Inchworm path southwest. Inchworm path northwest. Inchworm path east-west, or west-east. I think that's it. Oh, inchworm path north-south. And is this actually working? Sometimes the thumbnails get out of date. Okay. So I'm just missing an inchworm northwest here. So let's open that in Krita again. Image, rotate, or mirror image vertically, and save. Okay. Now I've got all the variants I need. Time to actually use them. Okay, so we're just gonna go, const images is going to be, or let's go type, segmented images. It's going to be, how are we gonna do this? North, string, east, string, south, string, west, string, northwest, string, southwest, string. I guess I don't want a west either. It's similar to 9 Slice, but it's gonna be a bit different. It's basically 9 Slice, but stuff is a bit dumb. Just, it's fine. It doesn't matter that much. It's just stupid. Okay. And then we're gonna go get rotated segment, which is going to take a path and then an index. And then we're gonna also, and we're going to return a string and a flip boolean. Okay. First thing we're gonna do is check if it's a corner. If not corner, then we're going to return, let's go const cur is equal to path int const prev is equal to path int -1 plus path.length mod path.length. Let next is going to be path int +1 mod path.length. Cool, okay. We're gonna go if not corner, then we're in a straight line, which means that either const is horizontal is going to be, or let's go prevdiff is going to be cur.clone.sub prev. If prevdiff dot x is not equal to 0, then we're going to return oh, and we're gonna also need images, segmented images, and we're going to return images.east, and then our flip variable is going to be the current minus the previous is greater than 0, so prevdiff.x is greater than 0. In that case, we want to flip it so it becomes west. Else, we're vertical, and we're gonna go return prevdiff.y is greater than 0. If that's true, then we're looking at the lower side of it, so we want images.south false, images.north false, I think. Okay, otherwise, we want to go const. So if it is not straight, then it's a corner. The ears timer's almost out. Oh my god, I'm free! It's been another hour. That's kind of terrifying. Okay. So if we're at a corner, then we need to basically check. Oh, ears done! Yay! I'm free. I can be normal again. Okay. So basically, what we want to know is if the x difference between the previous and next is less than 0. Boo. Okay, then redeem the fucking ears again, why don't you? Const prevdiff is, or next prevdiff is going to be next.clone dot sub prev. Const flip is going to be next prevdiff dot x is less than 0. Cool. That might be wrong, but I don't care yet. And then const we're going to return prev next diff, or next prev diff dot y is greater than 0, images dot southwest flip, images dot northwest flip. Okay, I don't think the numbers are right, but I think the logic is right. So now let's go, path images is going to be equal to a segmented images. North is going to be, I need to import all of these now. Image path north south, interim path north south.png. Okay, north, south, northwest, southwest, west, east. Northwest, southwest, west, east. Okay, and then we need, image, worm, 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 worm. Okay, I guess we need, like... Oh, this is kind of annoying. This is a lot of images. A lot of image combos. Okay. So, body, north-south. Inchworm, north-south. Inchworm, northwest. Inchworm, southwest. And inchworm, west-east. That's fine. Okay, now image head is going to be image head north, east, and then south. Okay, so then we're gonna have inchworm head. This is something GPT Claude autocomplete is so helpful for. I used to use a lot of Chat or Copilot for this sort of thing, but I ended up not doing it after a while because I don't know. There wasn't really much of a reason. People were like talking about how AI was bad, and I was kind of like, oh, fair enough. But also, like, these aren't actually following an easy pattern. Like, those two followed a pattern, but then this one became a different pattern. Peer pressure? So, you're right, but also, like, I have this weird complex where I feel more pride in myself if I do everything myself. And I'm not saying that that's, like, an ideal that should be strove towards, but, like, I don't know. It's what works for me, I guess. North-south, image path, north-south. The wall of text/images. Pride pressure? Sure. Image path, west-east. Image path, northwest. Image path, southwest. Do it manually the first time, automate the rest. I mean, yeah, sure. That's basically what copy-paste is for. I could have done some fancier regex stuff, but it didn't take that long, so. Okay, now we're going to compute. Basically, we need to grab the image. So we're gonna go const image rotation is going to be get rotated segment, path images, path, pops up path, and then end. I do ChatGPT a lot because it helps me understand how to use a graphics API like OpenGL in my special use case, unlike Google, which only shows me common questions about the topic. That's something that I've been finding, like, I've been occasionally asking ChatGPT about, like, weird Vulkan API stuff, but I try my best to only do that when I, like, have already expended all of the other results on Google, because I don't want to get into a habit of using basically, like, a paid product to answer my questions. But, like, it is very, very useful. Like, when you want, like, specific examples for things. Okay, why is this not rendering anything? That's not a good sign. Wait, do I just not have an inchworm? What is happening? What's wrong with it? Why is it stupid? Did I get rid of the inchworm? No. Then... Oh, because I didn't return. Hold on. Yep. Okay, so all of these are rotated weird. But again, I think that that's just number stuff. So let's see if I can do this right. So this is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. It looks like... Ooh, okay. I'm seeing a lot of weird shit here. Inform dieted. So... How do these have the same horizontal vertical? Oh wait, hold on. I'm dumb. So this should be flip. And I want to go, transform, scale Y, or scale X, flip, -1, 1. Okay. So can I at least get the angles right? So, no, even now it's still not working right. I forgot to feed it. Hydrate or dihydrate? Wait, oh, thank you for the hydrate. I missed it. How you doing, Toby? Okay, what the hell is happening? So, I'm taking the difference from this point and this point, which should be opposite to the difference from this point to this point in the x direction. This one should be this point to this point, which should be opposite again from this point to this point. There's like two opposite things here. Are my images wrong? Hold on. Is my path northwest and southwest different? No. They both point to the west, which means that this one is being flipped. This one's not, and this one's not. Hope the jam is going well. I've been checking in on your breaks. Nice. It's going kind of well. It's going a bit slow. I'm a bit tired, but you know, it's working out, I think. So this one should be like that, and that one should be like that. So why aren't they doing that? What if I do it this way? Wait, did that not change? So, I feel like I'm having a brain aneurysm. 'Cause if we hit a corner, let me print something. Console.log next previous diff, and I'm gonna return end path end, and then next previous diff dot x. Okay, so x is 1, y is 5. That's this one. Its next previous diff is -1. Then this one, 2, 3, is 1. Then this one is also 1. That doesn't make sense, because this one is comparing this and this. Whereas this one's comparing this and this. No, that does make sense. That does make sense. Damn it. I get it. Okay. Const is north is going to be next.clone.sub cur. No, okay. So, const vertical is next is going to be next.clone.sub cur.y is not equal to 0. Const is east is going to be vertical is next, so I'm going to go const prev diff cur.clone.sub previous. Const next diff is going to be cur.clone.sub next. And then I'm going to go is east is going to be vertical is next, which means that the next value is different on the vertical axis. Then we're going to go prev diff dot x is less than 0. Otherwise, we're going to go next diff dot x is less than 0. Then we're going to go const is south is vertical is next. Next diff dot y is less than 0. Otherwise, prev diff dot y is less than 0. Okay. So then, cool. So we're gonna do it like that. So then we're going to return is south, images.southwest, otherwise images.northwest. Otherwise is east. And then our flip is going to be is west. I know you can't see the code. I'm just, oh my god, it worked. Oh, fucking hell yeah. Okay. That took too long. God damn it. Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay. Now let's try and do a similar thing with the interim's body. So now we're gonna go props. We're gonna go entities.map. No, I don't want to map the entities. Rally track. Woo. No, okay, so how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? I need to make it so that we iterate over. So range, I want to go props.head minus props.length all the way to props.head dot map int raw and I'm going to go const image flip get rotated segment body images. We need the body images now. Image body north south, image body north south, image body west east, image body northwest, image body southwest. Okay. Body images, props.path, int raw plus path dot or props.path.length mod props.path.length. Okay. Now we're gonna render the segment just like that, and we're gonna also grab const pos equals let's go const int is equal to that int props.path int. Cool. Okay, okay. We've got the start of an interim. This should be its head and this should be its butt. So we need to actually make it use that. So we're gonna go int is equal to props.head head images. Otherwise int plus props.path.length or props.length is equal to int or props.head. If so, tail images. Butt images. Okay. Cool. So we've got our body images. Now we're gonna get our head images, which is going to be image head north, image head south, image head east, image head. And, okay, so these don't have northwest, northeast. So we're gonna go get rotated mid segment, and these are gonna be mid-segment images. And then we're going to have a end segment images, which is just northeast south. And then I guess actually we don't ever use... We only use northwest, southwest, east, south, and north. So... I guess we use all of them. So that's fine. Okay. But we only need north, east, and south for the end segments. So head is going to be end segment images. And this one is going to be butt images, image, butt, north, south, east. Okay. So body images, head images, butt images. And we're gonna go, okay. So we're gonna go const is end is going to be end is equal to props.head or end plus props.length is equal to props.head. And we're gonna go is end get rotated end segment end is equal to props.head head images, otherwise butt images, followed by props.path end, and then end is equal to props.head. Props.head. Cool. Otherwise, we're going to go into get rotated mid segment, which always takes body images, props.path end. Okay, now I just need to implement get rotated end segment, which should be hopefully simpler. It's going to take the end segment images type, it's going to take a path, it's going to take an end, and it's going to take a seek previous, which is a boolean. Okay. Now we don't care if it's a corner, it can never be a corner. And basically all we need to do is go, const diff is going to be seek previous. If so, then we're going to go path end dot clone dot sub path end -1 plus path dot length mod path dot length. Hi, my noob is a C. This is JavaScript. It is more specifically TypeScript. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Okay, otherwise we're gonna do path end +1 mod path dot length dot clone dot sub path end. Okay, so that's gonna give us the difference. Either checking the next value to the previous value, or the previous to the or the current to the previous. And basically from there we just need to check the x and the y. So I need to go, if diff.y is less than 0, return images dot north false. Else if diff.y is greater than 0, return images dot south false. Else it return images dot east. Diff.x is less than 0. Have I made my first game yet? Yeah, I've made a couple games before. If you're interested, the most recent one that I made for Ludum Dare, which is a competition like this, is Less is More. It's a web game. It's about putting phones together. And I'm currently working on making a game for this year's Ludum Dare, which is basically like a 2-day game development competition. Okay, let's see if this works. Please work. I'm not seeing the head or the tail. Why am I not seeing either of these? Image head, image butt. End is equal to props dot head. Or... So that should be fine. Props dot head minus props dot length to props dot head. Oh, I guess this is exclusive. So... let's, do that. And let's just quickly go console.log end, I guess? 0, 1, 2, 3. Cool. Hey, look, we have the head of the worm. Okay, now I just need to make sure that the tail is identified as well. Okay. False, true. Wait, why is that not right? Because the interim goes from head 3, length 4. So true. 0 false. Image plus props dot length minus 1. There we go. It has a butt. Okay, hold on a minute. Let's see if this actually works. I'm gonna just rotate it around using code. So let's go head 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no! Okay, wait, what? I bet I know what's wrong. Let me just go in plus props dot length minus 1 mod props dot length. No, that didn't work. What if I do the minus 1 outside of here? No, what? Huh. Okay. That's not what I expected. Oh wait, because 8 is out of range. Hold on. So I actually shouldn't have had in here. Head should have gone from 7 to 0. And the tail's broken. Shit. And that might be because I actually do have to mod props dot length. Yes, okay, okay. Messing with indices like +1, -1 is giving me a headache. That's, yeah, agreed. I'm a C programmer, I have no idea what's going on. My English is not good, by the way. Streamer is adorable, and I love how fast she solves problems. Oh, thank you so much. I feel like I've been stuck on this one thing forever, but, you know, I guess it's working out in the end, right? Oh no, why are you stupid? Why is this wrong? Shit. I wonder if it's because I need to do this. No? Okay. Okay, so I need to figure out, so index 1 is equal to... Off by 1 errors are the worst. They really are. So, head is 4, length is 4. So 4 is properly identified as an endpoint. 1 should also be an endpoint. So... I think I've actually just got like a weird backwards thing. I should be doing end minus props dot length. Or I guess, yeah, plus props dot path dot length. Mod props dot path dot length. Butt becomes unbonkable. It's winning. It can't be bonked. Okay, so what if I do +1 in here? That still doesn't work. Really? Why is this so fucking annoying? Okay. So if the index is equal to the head, or the index is equal to this value. Okay. I think I might have it. Let's try again. So 0. No! Okay. Hold on. I might know what's wrong. Okay. 1 is there. Cool. Is that right? Yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0. Okay, it's working. It is working. Okay. Life recovered. Okay, we're done. We got it working. Now I just need to make it do its little thing. So, unbonkable butt. Okay, so I want to make it so that it should intersect the player. Why isn't it intersecting the player? What are we making? I'm trying to make a kind of socket band game where you're like going through a garden as a little moth and then having to deal with a bunch of small creatures that have like different movement mechanics. The inchworms, they're supposed to basically, when you like bonk them on their butt, they should squish up to be only too long, and then they should all spread out after like a few turns. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Jason. How you doing? Okay. So, intersecting isn't working. Why? I don't want to deal with this right now. Okay, let me see. So, we're trying to query the path. Okay, we're ranging over the length of the thing. Where's length coming from? Oh, wow. Okay, that's not right. Props.length. And we want to go const int is equal to props.head minus int. Is Ludum Dare still going? Yep, it's going for another, like 30 hours. Plus props.path.length. Mod props.path.length. Okay. Intersect? Yay! Okay. Get out of my way, snails. No, I can't test if that corner works. I'm gonna assume it does, though. Okay, let's put the worm where I can actually poke it. So let's move its head position back one. So it's right here. So its tail isn't registering. Oh, okay, that's not right. It's also not, like the control isn't right. That's bad. So props.head minus int raw plus 1. Okay, another off by 1 error, my beloved. Okay. So this is triggering hit butt, which is good. So how am I gonna do this? So basically, if I want this to work, then I need to shrink its perceived length. Then I need to increase its perceived length. And then like add to its head position. I know those are all just words. Hold on. One thing I do want to check is if the snail can hit the butt. It should be able to. But if I move the player over, and then I spawn a snail here. Okay, we got hit butt. Good. Oh yeah, the Pokemon music. Okay. The snail is below the ground. Okay, it's better now. So every time I do this, it is registering hit butt. Cool. Yeah, I'm making this in JavaScript. It's really scuffed. But this is all with React. Like, this is all just, like, web elements and shit. It's very, very cursed. Okay, so... yeah, no canvas allowed. It's all just divs. Okay. So... God, I'm so tired. It's like 11 PM and I've been doing this since 3. I'm gonna keep going though, because I'm hyped. I want to see this actually work. So... I'm gonna give the worm some state, okay? So I'm gonna make it so that const rendered length is going to be use state number, and it's going to be set to props.length. Then we're also going to have props const turns till expand, use state number, and that's going to be at -1. Wait, you can code? Yes. Yes, I can code. Can we eat the worm? No. No, we can't eat the worm. We're supposed to be able to make the worm move. If you, like, push it in the butt, it should, like, move. Big sad. Okay. So turns till expand is there. And we're gonna have it on step. And I'm gonna go... How long am I going to be streaming? I'm going to be streaming for approximately 1 more hour. Okay, we're gonna go set turns to expand. I really wish I had use store right now. I have this utility function. Wait, who am I kidding? I can just copy it. Where is it? Code. Where is it? 5 bin hooks. Source. Use store. Okay. This is library code. I can just put it in here. Let's open folder. Use store. Hooks. Okay. I need to clean up a little bit of this. Because it's built for Preact. And it also expects use lazy ref, which is... I'm not sure why it needs that. This is a library I wrote, and I haven't touched it in a while. Where is lazy ref? Here. Use lazy ref. Okay, Preact hooks. Let's just not define the return type, and that should be fine. Then if I go use lazy ref in here, that's also fine. Perfect. Okay. Now I have stored state in a much nicer way. Use store is just basically like use state, but when you query its value, it always returns the up-to-date one instead of the one that's like cached. Hello, what game is this? I'm making a game for Ludum Dare 56, which is a game development competition where you make a game from scratch. And I'm making a game where you are a moth in a garden and you're trying to get to the end and you have to basically interact with the different creatures in the garden to actually get through it. So this inchworm is supposed to move when you push its butt, but it's not supposed to move when you touch any, or like poke anything else. Okay, so now we have the rendered length and the turn still expand. I'm gonna go if turn still expand not equal to -1, then turn still expand. You guys are brutal. It's a joke. Fine, believe what you want. If turn still expand is equal to 0, then we're going to rendered length. I'm basically gonna go 4. This needs to be an async function. And we're gonna go for the I equals 0, I is less than props.length minus rendered length I++. And we're going to go, I'm going to add another utility function, which is export const, or export function wait milliseconds, which is a number, and it's going to return a new promise, res. It's going to do a set timeout and call res after milliseconds. I do this a lot. Okay. And we're gonna go wait. Wait 100. Cool. So we're gonna wait 100 milliseconds every time we loop through this for loop. And we're going to also we're going to also go turns till, or rendered length r+1. This is awesome. I've never seen game development in Preact before. It's very cursed, but for better or for worse, I've found that I can do game development in Preact very, very fast. I've just done a lot of web development in the past. If you want an example of like a previous game that I made for Ludum Dare in Preact, it's this is one of them. It's basically a game where you have to put phones together, and it's all just web tech. IRC, you can wrap set timeout with a promisify. You're probably right. I'm not using Node though, so promisify, as far as I know, doesn't exist. I'd have to pull in a library for that. So I'm just happy to just write a little helper myself. Unless promisify is on the web, I could be wrong. Okay, cool. Okay, if turns out expand is not equal to -1, we're gonna do that. Cool. And then when we hit but, we are going to we're going to return block movement is equal to false. Yeah. And then we're gonna do onCollide is going to be a function which goes... I guess actually another thing I want to do is if that or turns to expand is greater or equal to 0, then we're gonna return that. Otherwise, we're going to set turns to expand to 3. And then we're going to go for let I is equal to 0, I is greater than, or I is less than 5 minus props dot length? No, because we want My Node brain rot strikes again. I have programmed a lot in Node. I know how it feels. Having two different like language things or two different APIs for the same language sucks. Maybe make something like butt collider handler. This is basically what this is. Hold on. So say the length is 5. So we just need to go props.length minus 2. Then we're gonna subtract from the rendered length, and then we're going to await weight 100. I think that's fine. Okay, let's see what happens. So the main problem is that we need rendered length. So let's go props.head minus rendered length plus 1 to props.head plus 1. And we want... where is length specified in here? It's just here, so rendered length. Okay, let's see if it works. What the fuck? Oh, it moved. Whoa, what happened? What the hell? What? I think I'm poking... What? What the hell is happening? When I go down here... It's like it thinks the butt is here? Oh, I guess the butt is there. Like, that is where the entity is. I don't know why it's all jittering around, though. Huh. Oh, I guess probably because the components... So... Yeah, I kind of need to render this backwards. So... If the first element is the head... I need to render it backwards, so I basically need to go from props.head... Does this have a step function? No. Okay. That's not helpful. I guess I could just go range rendered length. And then I can just go const ind is going to be props.head minus in draw plus props.path.length mod props.path.length. Okay, so that kind of worked, but it's like, it's doing something weird, because it does that, and then when I press Alt, wait, why does pressing Alt affect anything? What is my code? Hold on. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's probably been causing so many issues. So I used to have it so that this was a difference in position from the old position. And so length squared not equal to 0 means that the position was different. And then it would trigger code, right? But what I've done now is I'm just checking new position, which means that any key is causing this to happen. So... Right, okay. So I need to go if newpos.clone.sub ent.data.pos. And then I also want to go else if e.key is equal to space state.step. I want you to be able to increment the time by pressing space. So that should be possible. It's not. What is the key? Oh, it's just a space character. Fine. That kind of makes sense. Okay, that's incrementing the timer. this should not trigger anything. It doesn't. Good. So now the weird thing is that it seems like the inchworm's length is increasing, which is strange. I'm gonna check. So let's go console.log expanding. I'm gonna go console.log shrinking. Okay. Okay, so I got an expanding there. Let me stop printing this. This is distracting. So it triggered shrinking and then it triggered expanding, which is weird because on step should only be happening once right now. Oh, but it's happening many times. Why is step happening 4 times a frame? Why would that be happening? Level, player, use level. I'm gonna trace this. Console.trace. Okay. So that only happened once, but step is happening 4 times. What is this Dvorak check? I'm a Dvorak user, okay. Oh, I get it. It's because the worm has 4 segments. I should really be giving it different functions here. Like, these should be different entities, for sure. Oh well, though. We're gonna go const isBut is going to be int is equal to props.length -1. Yeah, that makes sense. And we're gonna go isBut. You know what, I'm actually gonna make it so that this entity constructor can be nullable. So we're gonna actually make this export interface or const default entity props partial entity props is going to be equal to on interact is going to return a collision result, which is self entity other entity self entity shit my code is bad. Entity collision result is not going to take an entity, and then this is going to return an entity collision result, and we're going to just return block movement true on collide promise.resolve. Cool. Then on step is going to return promise.resolve. Now we're going to go type required entity props, or input entity props. It's going to be emit entity props key of default entity props. And I'm gonna have to make this satisfies partial entity props. So then this ends up having types, yeah. So then key of default entity props, key of type of default entity props. So now this just has name and pos, and partial entity props. So now you can specify those, but they have to be overridden. Or they don't have to be overridden, is my point. And now we can do input entity props, and we can do props factory, default entity props, props factory in here. God, I'm playing Stone Block, but I don't know what's wrong with me. I end up making extremely small areas, so my base is continually becoming extremely cursed. You have infinite space. Wait, hold on, wait, you were right that, like, you have 4 legs, and so it's creating 4, updates. Oh my god. Okay, so this is gonna set the default properties. And so now, in the interim, I can just do is but, if so, then we're going to do, this logic. Yeah, you have infinite space, but it isn't helping you. Well, I don't know what to say. You've ruined yourself. Okay, is but here, undefined. Cool, so this will only trigger if is but is true. Cool. Now there's a few things I need to fix. Mainly, I need, okay, const entity res is going to be that. Res is equal to ... entity res. Entity is going to be ent. Ent and other in here. Now, there's definitely some code that's broken here. Let's see. Cool, so let's toss out self in here. Doesn't help that you're not used to any of the mods. I love, like, the whatever block type mods, but, like, I find it gets so bored without any exploration, and I know that's kind of, like, the point. But, like, I'd like if there was, like, a few little token things you could do, you know? Ent.props.onIntersect is not a function. Oh, for fuck's... Are you... So guess what's happening right now? We are currently experiencing the issue that if you explicitly set undefined, then it overrides the defaults here, which is really dumb. Okay. I'm gonna create another utility function. Export function strip undefined, which is going to take in a t extends record string any in t to a t, and we're gonna go const new val any is equal to this for const kv in object.entries in, oh, I guess that's obj, and then obj if v is not equal to undefined, and then new val k is equal to v, return new val as t. Why are you sad at me? Oh, for of. Okay. Cool. Now let's go strip undefined. Import. Please work. Oh my god, it's magical. Oh shit. I've shrunk him to nothing. Whoa. Hold on, wait. What is happening? So, 1, 2, 3. So he only expanded, like, once. That's weird. It might just be because I should loop one more time. Let's find out. It looks like it. Cool. Wait, why did I write this? Okay, sure. Cool, and I'm gonna go and say... I should actually probably write some proper functions here. Do you use a separate layer on your keyboard for symbols? Sort of. I have a really weird keyboard. I can show it briefly. Oryx. So I've got an ZSA Moonlander, And I use Dvorak on the main layer. I have all of my modifiers on the thumb cluster. And, oh, sorry, this is the proper one. All of my modifiers on the thumb clusters, and then I have the power key, which I mainly just use for, like, cut, copy, paste, etc. I still just use, like, shift for accessing the basic symbols, but then I have, like, some conveniently placed ones. Whew. Okay. What's the next thing we have to do? I need to move the... So let's go... Const contract is going to be... Hold on, I'm gonna go let entities is going to be an entity array. And then I'm going to... Yeah, that's fine. Then I'm gonna go const contract worm is going to be a use callback. And then const expand worm is also going to be a use callback. And then we're gonna go entities.push all of these. Curse code if it works. Now I can reference these functions in here, but also reference the entities from the functions. So contract worm should be all of this. So we're just gonna go contract worm, return. So I don't want to wait the whole time for this. But what I do want to do is trigger level.await wait 110, just to basically force the player to not have control for that time. Wait should be a promise forward. Yeah. Could you share a link to your layout? I'm using Glove 80 with Ngram layout and want to try out different configurations for the symbols. Sure. Although a lot of the symbol positions here are just like default, where the hell is the button? Oh, I guess I can just copy the link. I think this should work, because it's not private. A lot of the positions of like the symbols here are just because of how Dvorak already is, so I'm not sure how helpful that'll be for you, because those are places where normal keys go. Contract worm sounds like a disease. It really does. Okay, so that's gonna cause the worm to wait. And we're also going to go await wait 80. And then that should make it delay before you move inwards. And then we're gonna go if turns.expand is equal to -1, or is not equal to -1, turns.expand minus minus. If it's equal to 0, expand worm. Wow. That also sounds like a disease of some variety. Cool. And then expand worm is going to do this. And the reason I've separated these out into different functions is because I need to do a few funky things here. Since I started doing low-level programming, I don't really like JavaScript, but I really miss that functions are first-class objects. That is pretty cool. What language are you using for your low-level programming? Because I work a lot in C++, and I definitely don't like how not function-y the functions are. But like, I also I do really like JavaScript. Like, JavaScript is awful, don't get me wrong, but that's like part of the appeal of it. Like, it's so easy to like just do bullshit in. I generally am like a connoisseur of bad languages. I just like languages that let me do horrible, horrible things. Okay, what I need to do is I need to go entities.forEach or entities.slice to .forEach ent.setPos new vector 2 -100 -100. So what that's going to do is it's going to make these non-collidable, because it's going to move them off the map. I don't think it worked. Probably just because I did an off-by-1 error again. Entities.slice 1? No. Huh. How far into the game am I? Not far enough. It's been like 9 hours and I'm still pretty early. I have snails, which have like ice physics, and I'm working on making the centipede, which has not ice physics. It's meant to like contract when you poke it and then expand back out later. Why is it able to be triggered from here, though? It should be able to... Why is this doing this? What if I just do entities for each set position? I just want to prove that something is wrong. Okay, this does make them all non-collidable. Oh, shit, wait. No, so... Why can I interact with this here? That should not happen. So... the entities.slice 1 call should be like getting everything but the head. Hold on. Ent.props.name. What am I actually grabbing here? Interim body, interim head. Whoa. Wait, what? But into 0 makes it a head. So... does push them in reverse? Huh, wait. Entities.map e.props.name. Tail, body, head. But that's impossible. Because range goes from... range goes from 0 to length. And then oh fuck, it is backwards. Oh my god. Why did I do that? Okay. Fuck me, I guess. 0 entities.length minus 2. Cool. I guess that works. I can't believe that's what was wrong, but whatever. Okay, now we want to expand the worm again. Oops. Oh shit. Okay, so... oh no. Shoot, I accidentally banned a person. Oh, that makes me sad. Okay. Sorry, oof. I'm being bullied into going into the nether. You're being bullied into going into... Oh, from Stone Block. Okay. Sorry, I'm too tired for this. I am so fucking exhausted right now. Okay. Okay. I need to, like, either go to bed or zone in. No, it's fine, it's fine, it's all good. I don't mind that you're talking about Stone Block. This is a very casual stream, if you can't tell. 9 hours going strong. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to feel it. I'm going slightly mad. Okay, let's go. Const head pos is going to be use store number props.head. Oops. Bring back. Okay. This will probably be game of the year. I don't know. Maybe, we'll see. Head pos h plus 1. Cool. And then we need to, instead of props.head everywhere, we should be using head pos. Head pos? Head pos. Okay. Cool. So, we've got our head position, we've got our length, we've got our till expand. Then we need to do, so props.length minus length plus 1. We need to return their positions to normal. So what I actually need to do is basically go range props or range length dot map in draw, and we're basically going to do the same logic as down here. I'm going to get the length, but I'm going to use head instead of props.head. And then we're going to grab the position. We're going to go entities in draw dot set pos props.path head minus ind. Okay. I think that will work. Let's find out. So, if I do this, then I wait. Okay. Shit. Okay, so it's... Physics are still a bit funky. So... Whoa, no, it's... Worm died. Okay, hold on. Hold on a sec. Wait. I need to go head is h plus 1 mod props.path.length. For 1. Okay. And then... we need to map... So I guess I can just do props.length, because it will be based on the actual length, right? May I ask, have you worked on Call of Duty Black Ops 6? No, why? That's very specific. Okay. So... Call of Duty rules. I mean, fair enough. But... Oh, you love the worm graphics? Thank you. Okay, so the controls... the controls... The worm's position isn't moving, and I don't know why it's not moving. Because the head position is being updated. I'm so tired. What if I go just like, I see you're roaming around, but do you want a sneak peek of one of our game's music themes? My music guy has killed it so far. Yeah, sure. I'll take a brief distraction. Best of luck, I haven't seen you in a Ludum Dare, I guess. I've done the last couple. If you're interested in the previous entry that I did, it's here. Did you send it to me on Discord? You did. Alright, let's listen to this. Island J is, one of my friends from school. Let's take a listen. Ooh. This is really good. This is really good. It's so, like, orchestral. I love it. I should probably turn it down slightly. Whoa, okay, I was not expecting the pixel art, or the chiptune, sorry, like, influence in there. That's really cool. The stream is DMCA. This is original music that someone's making for the Ludum Dare. Yeah, no, this is amazing. If you guys have like a link or something, you should throw it in chat. I don't know if you have one yet, given like the game is not done yet. Yo, that's super cool. Oh, very sudden cutoff, okay. No, that's really good. I love it. It's awesome. Nothing really, but the link to our music guy will definitely be on the game page eventually. Well, I'll definitely play it, I'll play it when I, like, when we're actually in the theme, or the game voting stuff. I tend to try and do at least, like, a stream or two of playing other people's games, particularly the people who are, like, actually on stream with me, because I find that fun. I need to figure out why the collision isn't moving. It should be moving. Like, so, it does properly go away. That's not the problem. But currently there's just collision here and here, and I can't move the worm now. I guess I could basically go, like, and roll through the prop.length. Oh, put back on Pokemon? You know you'll go to bed and the answer will hit you right in the middle of sleep. Are you talking about the worm thing? Because, yeah, you're probably right. Less is more is a lot of fun. Congrats on second. Thank you so much. I was kind of shocked when I got it. I was like, what the fuck? What just happened? Okay, so I think what I can actually do is ind raw is going to be, so we already established that it's tail, body, body, head. So the actual ind of the entity we want to get is going to be props.path head minus ind raw, or plus ind raw minus props.length, I think. Const pos is going to be that, console.log pos, and then let's print out pos, and let's see what happens. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got 1, 5, 1, 4, 1, 3, 2, 3. Okay, so that's off by 1. We've been getting a lot of off by 1 errors here. Let's try adding one more to it. And then we should also mod this by props.path.length. Okay. Okay, 1 4 1 3 2 3 2 4. Okay. If I do this again. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Ooh, what the hell? Okay. What just happened here? End.data.pos.equals. Oh, I get it. Hold on. Plus props.path.length. It must have underflowed the array and then gotten an undefined. Okay, let's try this again. 3, 4. I'm a bit worried about the fact that I can, like, walk into it. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that. I do really like the worm, though. I think it's kind of adorable. Now it's stuck. Okay. Okay, cool. So, the worm is more or less working. I need to decide how I want to handle it expanding, though. I guess I could make it so that, like, it can't expand into the player's position, but as soon as the player moves, it expands. Does it push stuff when it grows again? No. I guess I could make it so it does. Like, I could basically make it so if it has space to push something, then it pushes it. Otherwise, it, sits and waits until there's empty space. I also want to make it so you can only actually make it shrink if you touch it from the right side. Because currently you can poke it from, like, any side, and that's not correct. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, I think that's a good place to leave it, you know, like, who said that they wanted to leave it on a high note earlier? I like that. I think it was Ned. I think Ned said he was gonna stop and leave it on a high note, which I respect the idea of. I've been struggling a lot today, getting this to work. I don't know, there was a lot of weird shit that was, like, getting in the way, and it is working now, which is amazing, and I'm so tired. I've been working since 3 p.m. and it's now midnight, so that's a good 9 hours of work. Nice. So I'm going to, I'm gonna head out for the night. If you have any last minute questions, I'll be happy to answer them, but in like 5 minutes here, I am going to go to bed. You like the watermelon noodle? I'm glad you like it. It's vibin'. See you later, Gatra. Oh, I should say, if you would like to catch tomorrow's stream, because I am going to be streaming the entire thing, like, all of Ludum Dare, basically. I post stream announcements in my Discord, which I'll throw the link in chat. And I also do simulcast to YouTube if anyone wants to be over there as well. Although, you know, frankly, Twitch with the channel points kind of provides a better experience. It's mostly just a thing if you want to see my YouTube videos, which I do about voxel development. But yeah. What is my favorite color? I know you know what my favorite color is, but for the sake of the audience, I'll show anyways. Let's see if I can get it here. Oh, why is that? No. Every time I, like, yeah, it's like it drags the windows from a different monitor. Alright, let's see if I can grab this color. Yeah. This one. I love this. Seconded by this one. And then this one. Hydrate. Oh, did you see that I limited the hydrate, Zith? This is an imposter test, I see. Yes. Well, I can live another day without being detected. How limited? It's once per 15 minutes. I didn't want you torturing me while I'm doing a 9-hour stream. Yeah, pastels. I love pastels. Alright, everyone. I'm gonna go to bed. It was really great hanging out. There were a lot of people in Twitch today. That was kind of surprising. We peaked at around like 63 or 64 people at one point, which was really cool. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Oh, thank you for the good wishes, Michael. I appreciate it. But yeah, everyone else who's working on Ludum Dare, good luck as well. I hope you get some nice rest. I don't know what time zone you're in, but I'm sure nighttime has to be coming at some point. Have a great night, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow, bright and early. Alright, bye!